I know.
I got the Jason.
I should sit on something. I don't know. I don't know. Hey Freya, happy Tuesday. 11 months ago. Rage of Love. Wow.
Feel the flames of love burning in your heart now. Burn away all your pain.
I'm gonna put the cards away from yesterday. Because, you know, why would I do that before?
Shine a light on darkness. Feel this energy rising. Your souls are coming alive and
Loves you, Freya.
this rage of love, it burns in our hearts. These flames of love, they burn in our hearts. Takes an almost infinite amount of energy to raise the love vibrations of.
Thanks for writing that, Freya. Can't read today. My eyes are blurry. Yeah, me too. I get it. Yeah, a lot of eye stuff, Freya. A lot. What's that song? Is it by Foreigner? Double Vision? Seeing Double Vision? Is it a Foreigner song? Oh, I don't want to play it because that'll get me flagged for sure. If I play Foreigner, we're done. We're done like dinner. Right? Get in the truck,
Actually,
back
we
it up,
haven't had
get in the
dinner
back,
at
and
all
boom. She gets like, whatever the word is when YouTube flags me. What'd you say, honey? Of course, I have the frickin' Beatles on my lap.
There's no dinner. It's not dinner yet.
It's not dinner?
It's
We're
just
not done
noon.
like dinner yet because it's not dinner yet.
Yeah.
The deck just seems to flip over and flip me out. Hey, Danny. How you doing, Danny? Danny, Bo Banny. Banana, Bo Banny. V5, Bo Fanny. Okay, I forget where my glasses are. They're probably right beside me. Do you see my glasses, baby? Dude.
Yeah.
Do you see my glasses anywhere? Oh, I can't see. Speaking of blurry vision. Hang on.
I don't.
Hey, Chase. Yes, the song is beautiful. Me loves it too. I found it in my stuff the other day when I was chasing for a vid, and it was like, oh, I gotta put that somewhere to remember to play it. John Benny, Scotland Energy. Okay, I'm gonna go on a hunt for my glasses because they're definitely not on my head. Again, they're not here. They're not here. And they're not there. So they're somewhere. Wait. Bro, where's my glasses? Dude, I know I had them close. I was probably sitting on them in the bathroom. Of course, they would be in the bathroom.
You have 2 pairs of glasses right beside you.
They're sunglasses. Then I'll be able to see. Ooh, look at the egg under my butt. Ah.
Give me my eraser back.
There's an eraser egg under my butt. I hatched an egg. It's gone. It's gone. See, nothing's ever mine. Told ya. I can't see shit with these glasses, by the way, but just a little bit better.
Right.
Freya, totally. Yes, totally. You get
Did
it?
you look under all the stuff there?
Danny, keys. Oh, thanks, Danny. I posted keys, like 3 or 4 of them. 12/12 on the 13th. My battery's at 44. It says 5 in the chat. I've been on for 6 minutes. Keys. Yeah, that's the last thing I put on as an emoji before I came into live stream, Danny. Nice sync, sweetie. Keep it up. Danny, the energy is crazy. I've been dizzy. Same. I'm like looping in like 5 different fucking worlds. And it's not even just 5. Nuts, just saying. That way. Hey, dude, we missed you. Boom, boom, motherfucker, get in. That way, get in. I want it that way. Tell me why. Guess what? That way. Kevin Bacon redid I Want It That Way. I'm going to find it. Okay, let me catch up with the comments, then I'll find it. I was just looking for my glasses when I seen you were alive. I'm alive and kicking. Like, I got fucking balls. They get stuck in my chair outside. I'm kicking so hard that way. Whoa, like shit kicking. Hey, Danny, did you wear your cowboy boots yesterday? Maybe I'll put on my cowboy boots later. I would need to put on socks. I'm not sure I'm going to put on the cowboy boots. We'll see. We'll see. If I need a distraction, Danny, remind me about the boots. They're in the corner in my bedroom. Why? Because nobody puts baby in a corner. But I'll put my boots in a corner in a heartbeat. If you flip the squirrel, you might as well keep it, right? 12/14 on the 13th, 44%. You're going to put them on ladder? Ladder? The ladder, the better. Hey, Danny? The ladder, the better. Jacob's ladder. Ooh, Jacob. Where's Jake? Hi, Witch Moon. Hey, Nicholas Transcends. How you doing, dude? The sun is very wonderfully warm and life-giving at this moment. Ooh, nice. At this moment. At this moment. There's an old song, At This Moment. You guys remember that song? Oh, I haven't heard it in so long, I can barely remember it. I can't find my freaking bear tooth. If anybody knows where it is, Angelfish, where's my bear tooth? At This Moment. It's a good song. I just can't remember. Freya, boom, sank, nice. I had a truck like that in high school. Yeah? Me loves you, Freya. Danny, I love me a nice truck. Same here. Trucks make me happy. They're my happy thought. Like one of them anyways. Witch Moon. Love you. Beautiful song. Yeah, John Benny dudes. Sunny blessings. Gotta go. Adult? Ooh, you gonna go be adulty? All right. Well, I'll be thinking about you and sending you like different little vibes so you don't feel too adulty. Ugh. I'm gonna go adult. I think the hardest part is getting out the door. Peace, y'all. Yeah, get out the door. Get out the door, baby. Don't say a word. Don't resist it. Just push yourself out the door. You're probably gone by now, so I'll stop talking to you, Witch Moon, so you do get out the door. Because if I keep saying hello, goodbye, then you won't leave. Right? Push and pull, push and pull. 2 doves in the yard, Danny. Boom. Nice. Hi, David Castle. How you doing? 12/11. David Castle. All right, on Danny, you drinking lemonade? I'm not quite there yet. We don't even have the sun today. If everything goes as planned in the weather network, it's going to get cold for us. We might even have snow. Dear y'all, later taters. Love you, Witch Moon. I have my boots on right now and my baby shit yellow flannel. Yes, Danny. Keys. Big real time for me. Right on. Boom. I knew I felt boots somewhere on somebody's feet. Thanks, Witch Moon, for validation. He loves validation. Goes along with salvation. Big time. My baby shit yellow flannel. I love baby shit and baby shit green and baby shit yellow. I really like those colors, to be honest. I think they're beautiful. I'm a weirdo about poop though, eh? I'm a weirdo about poop. Oh man, I'm the best at busting people on the toilet, right? If you've been busted, you know what I mean, Jelly Bean. But when I did tech support, this one time, I used to do tech support. Yeah.
When you did tech support, this one time.
Can you imagine calling me for tech support on your device? I know.
Oh my god. That
I
would
was
be a
really
nightmare.
good. I was really good. Yeah. When I'm motivated, I'm really good. But the best is, when you call tech support for your stuff and you don't know how long you're going to be on the line, right? Hold the line. Hold the line. Who sings that? Is it Toto or Africa?
Hold the line.
Hold the line.
Yeah.
Or is it Trooper? I don't know. But when you call tech support, you don't know how long you're going to be on the phone. So you just live your life. Sometimes you live 2 hours of your life waiting for tech support to come on the line. I know, because I'm tech support at the time. And the best is when somebody's on the toilet and then they're not sure if they should flush or not because they're not sure if you're on the line or not. It's like, I've busted people so bad saying, you can flush the toilet if you want, sir. I already know you're in the bathroom through the echo. What can I do for you today?
What can you do
the
for
best.
today? What can you do for today?
What can I do? What can I do for you today? The best is what Instinct said. Just say, did you wash your hands before you grabbed the phone? No wonder you're calling tech support. And yes, the number one issue of tech support is a phone in the toilet. I shit you not. I wish I was joking. I gotta put my glasses back on and get. I forget where they
poop
are.
in there. Poop in the toilet.
Oh, Freya loves you. Yes, it stinks, Danny. That job stunk to high fucking heaven, especially when they started wanting me to sell shit. I was good learning to be techie. I was not good learning to want to sell stuff. David Castle, thank you. You are correct. Hold the Line by Toto. Thank you.
Hold the line. I've never heard that song.
I was just listening to Africa. So I kind of
How do you listen to Africa?
through Spotify, actually.
Huh?
It might have been
It's a country.
YouTube. I can't remember. Africa's not a company. It's a country. Well, probably a company, a little bit incorporated, you know. Country's just a corporation with a big name and a flag. Oh, Priya, I'm wearing mine and I still can't see. Take the floaty day while you have it. Okay, Freya? Take the floaty day. Just say, you must spoil me today, husband, and whatever ripple effect of humans are around you. I can't see. If I have to cook, then you don't know what you're gonna eat. I could grab the tuna. I could grab the cat food. Me not know, honey. Me can't see. Yup, you want to take a chance with supper, or you want to figure it out yourselves, people? Yeah. This is the best day to spoil yourself.
Yeah,
Meaning, take care of your body. You can't see, you shouldn't be cooking.
Ow.
It could be the best dish of your life, though.
Wood?
Mystery cooking, eh?
It hurts. Why is this wood? It hurts.
It doesn't quite, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna catch up with the comments. Ketchup and mayonnaise. Danny, thanks for saying it. 12:13. It's 12:21 on the 13th. Doors are closing and opening. Big time. Oh, I was gonna ask. Chase, me had a sad morning. My cat got a bird last night and we saved it. When we mix up and go to the bird, he's not looking well.
Our cat would always get mice.
Oh, somebody brings him to the window and took his last breath. Life is precious.
Our cat would always
Yeah.
get mice, and Casey too. Our old cat, Sunny.
Yeah,
I actually held one of his mice that he was chasing,
yeah,
and then I let him down, and I still chased him.
yeah. She tried to save the mouse, but the mouse was not going to be saved. So we just allowed for what was meant to be. But yeah, the circle of life isn't always as delicate as, you know,
No.
shits and giggles and unicorns and rainbows, right? There's a circle to it, and, you know, there is. Simon says, hey, dude, how's it going? I don't know. Me not look at that stuff, Simon. Of course I'm sick of it. I don't even look at it. How you doing, Simon says. Hey, Pure Love Ascension. I'm catching up to the chat and just kind of seeing who's bouncing in. Freya, oh my god, I'd love to have you for tech support. Literally, I just on hold. Oh, Freya, I enjoyed it while I did it. Seriously, you can go from not touching a phone and not having any clue how it works to training yourself to be, like, you know, one of the best people on the team. Why? Because it's all just being nice to people when they have no clue what's going on with their phone. A bottom line of it, everything's figure outable with a reset. Right? Most people have never even powered off their phone since they've got it. Some people had 10 cell phones and they've never powered off their device. So it really starts with basic stuff. It's not so hard. Danny, I just changed the baby's diaper. Ooh, did it pull on yellow or did it pull on green? Freya, boom. Africa's one of my big sinks. Thanks for saying it, because I was wondering why I was guided to listen to it. To be honest, Toto, Africa is one of my biggest sinks all my life. And my sister actually did go to Africa. So it's a whole other level of sinks for me now, because her body touched that continent with me, like, of her. So it's like, hey, Andromeda 7 Celestial Gateway. Ooh, I gotta say that again. I'm behind in the comments, so I hope you're still here, and if you're not, well, thanks for being here. Andromeda 7 Celestial Gateway. I like that name. Thank you. How's your day going? How are you doing? 1221 Pure Love Ascension. Hey, number one Matrix man. It's time to go fishing. Let's do this. Me's ready. Just say so. Dude, my emails and my stuff. The lake is so open. Like, it makes my teeth
I
shake.
want to go swim.
Matrix man, the lake is just like, whoa.
There's
The other
no-
night,
I
when
remember, like a month ago, I would say, we would go to the calendar, and I would say, lost city of Iceland, because there was so many ice hots on the ice. But now, it's the lost city of Ocean. 'cause
no
there's
trucks on the
nothing
lake
under
right
it.
now. No trucks on the lake right now, Matrix man. It's like
No,
boating
they can't.
time. It's open water. There
It's
could be that
swimming
weird
time.
fucking ass chunk of ice in the middle of nowhere right now,
Yeah.
right? There could be
Yes,
that weird
bird.
chunk of ice.
Um,
But, oh,
like a week ago, we went to the beach, and there was just a little bit of ice. And
I
it was
see you, Kelly Ryan O'Brien.
literally a pile of snow on top of the ice, and it was like a Titanic better have not came here. We have our own icebergs.
I know. We're water giddy. The other night when we went, we just kind of sat there. I didn't even make a vid. I know sharing is caring, but I just had to assimilate open water. Can you feel the Sault Ste. Marie, Kelly? Please just confirm, like validate, just put a big V. Danny, you feel it? Boom. Ray of Thoth, I know I'm behind. I'm just going to say hi because I can see you're passing through. Can't stay. Just dropping to send some good vibes. Unconditional love. New moon, my intentions. Self-love renewal. Self-trust. Self-confidence. Wholeheartedly love you. Boom. I love you too, dude. Thanks for passing through. Totally love you. Mwah. Have an awesome day. Rocket Ray. Rocket.
Ooh, have an awesome day, Rocket Ray.
Rocket Ray.
That
Here, me pull a card really, really fast, Ray. What is it? Boom. Okay. Peacock Spirit. Let it shine, Ray. Cameron. West Coast. Dude, are you kidding me? 4 and 6. 4 and 6 is 10. Start again. Renew. Start the chapter. Rocket. Boom. Loves you, Ray. Thanks for greeting people, guys. Me loves when you guys talk to each other. Yeah, Simon, bring people together, help us understand what's really happening. Simon, I believe it's all about just doing the best thing in the moment for the greater good of the all in every individual situation. So, you know what I mean? Every single situation that we're living individually has a ripple effect towards everything. So really choosing the best now for us is the only way through. I know from the energy and frequency of what's needed around me for the role I need to play in any given timeline when I choose to go out and about. Yeah, pure love ascension. Ask yourself in each situation, does this serve my highest good? But it's beyond just me, pure love ascension. Is it for the greatest good of the all? Right? Because there are situations where standing up, especially if you must consider what your package is to other people. So a big grown man who's 6 feet tall, standing in his sovereignty, wanting to go into Walmart saying, I'm not wearing a mask, to a 60-year-old woman who's the greeter with children all around, there's a way to either stand in your sovereignty or make it the best for everybody who is looking at this, because you're the example for the children. It's not about you and what you believe in, because you know there's a play going on around you. So you choose what's best for those that are looking for peace and love and safety. Because the ripple effect of a big grown man wanting to prove that he cannot and he will not do this can hurt so many other people, that the way to do it is, there is a way, there always is. You can choose better stores because there is a way to go support the people who will allow you. And me knows because me manifested these timelines. There are certain places that I go and they know, you know? And they support me in the sense that people make fun of me, or people will be like, so the woman doesn't have to wear a mask? But because I consistently go to the same place, they support me in the fact they know I told them I can't and I won't, and I just go there all the time. So somebody opening a door to come in and scream at me, she's not even coming in the store, to scream at me that I'm not wearing a mask and it's bothering her, but she's not even coming in the store to support it. But I've been going to that store for 6 months consecutively, almost every day. Like, my dude knows what I need exactly. When he's not there, working his 6 days a week, everybody else I say it's over there. Bunny usually grabs it for me because I stay consistent to be able to. But then the ripple effect of people who get angry but see that the person realizes that one random person coming to scream is not worth the aggravation of me consistently going there. putting up with the stuff that people put me and my daughter through, because my daughter's 9 years old witnessing somebody opening the door screaming at me. But people who know that it's their job to tell me to wear a mask don't tell me to wear one because they know I don't. So I manifested that too. I choose not to go poke everywhere to make other people have to deal with certain things unless I'm guided to go there for witness of what other people need to see of what it's like to be peaceful in sovereignty. Does that make sense? I know I'm a backtracked and I went off track, but it's on track of what's the track of now. It's not always about what we want and what we know is the best thing. It's about the ripple effect for others as well. It really is. David Castle, I love that you wrote that. The Time Warp lyrics from Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's been a lot coming through for me. The Time Warp. Let's do the Time Warp again. A lot, especially in the last 24 hours because timelines are being chosen again. There's a big ripple effect of, you know, the energies that came through, the purgings and the witnessing, the gatherings of hearts opening. When one heart opens, it ripple effects to other hearts opening more and more. So more timelines are, you know, switching tracks and coming in on track. If that makes any sense at all. Yeah, Chase, being a role model for others is shining your light. Yeah. Yeah, Simon, I completely resonate with that. It would be nice for a little help sometimes. I fully agree. I think that, you know, being the anchor and being the only one and not just having that feeling of, you know, just more. It's enough at some point. There needs to be the separation of timelines. People are choosing a certain reality. Okay, but we're so bypassed of it that it just plays itself out, right? But the players of us are needed to show certain examples, right? Everything offered before us, every second of our day is a timeline choice. That's it. So how we focus our energy is what we're going to manifest. Thanks, Chase, for the email. Simon rocks. Loves you, Simon. I hope you do, Simon. Use the email for sure. Yeah, Ray, our time is now. Thank you, V. Love you all unconditionally. Love you too, Ray. Oh, Simon says, thanks for saying it, 12:28. I was literally listening to Rocket Man by the big man, Elton, earlier. Thank you. Me as well. I even listened to 2 or 3 different covers of it last night. It's been in my reality for a couple weeks, sustained in a way that's really like just coming up somehow. Same with Major Tom. Just Major Tom. Is it Big Country? I forget. Big Country, in a Big Country. I don't know if you guys know that song and that band, but Big Country. I think they're from the UK or Britain or something. They're not Canadian. Britain. They're not Canadian. Big Country. Dreams stay with you like a lover's voice on a mountainside. The lyrics. Exactly, Chase. It's for the good of yourself, then the good of others. If you aren't centered, you can't help anyone. Yeah. Pure love ascension. Common sense adjustments, I would say. Yeah, it's just constant adjustments, eh? Hi, Shannon 222. How you doing, sweetie? I'm behind in the chat, but I saw you pop in. I'm gonna just catch up. Let me know how it's going, sweetie. Exactly, Chase. The masks are distraction to divide. Will you or won't you? Duality rise above. Exactly. That's why every situation is different, because we all have different timelines that we chose to either like surpass or come into certain balance inside. What other people choose about a mask has nothing to do with what you're manifesting and what you want for yourself. So what you choose to do has to ripple effect to make others still feel good about themselves. It's not for a worker who's getting paid minimum wage at the door to greet me or to make sure that I'm doing what they're paid to tell me to do. It's not for me to make them feel bad about their day because they're just a mom or a dad or just a person trying to get through their day. They didn't make this up. I can't stand up to them. It's not okay. Some people haven't even had, like, it's been a sustained year of some people not getting a break because their essential services and the rotation of other people getting sick, calling in, and makes it that some leaders or people that just can't say no or are the people boots on the ground. We need the cycle of the people who did this to get through to be able to do everything else. So to put down somebody who's done what they need to do in their timeline for a sustained year and they're tired of being like somebody standing up to them, figure out another way that it's not about bullying a little girl at the desk who's trying to pay her rent. It's not about that anymore. She didn't make the choice. You have to go way higher up. You can't pick on little people at the door. You have to see that as, help them get through their day. Exactly, Chase. I'll go without a mask everywhere. Ask me to leave, I smile and I say have a nice day and I go to the next store I go. Exactly. And there are certain timelines since January where I've chosen to surpass my disgust of wearing one and wear one in order to be there for the greatest and highest good of what the people around me need at the time. Right? So meaning, if I choose to change my location and just keep going elsewhere to not wear one, I'm wasting energy. Meaning, the people who do wear a mask and work every day for the last year, they still need my little wee going in and being nice in a store. Why not? Right? And by seeing other people, for me wearing something for 15 minutes, not enjoying it at all, the respect and honor I have for somebody who actually went to work every day so I could go buy groceries, builds and builds. I don't see someone as a sheep. I see someone as the person who just is doing what they need to do for their life. I'm so proud of people and the interactions that I manifested within when I made the choice to do certain things, because it surpassed me just standing up for what I want of not wearing one and putting myself right into the timeline with people who do it all the time. So bringing myself right into, hey, me loves you. Hey, me sees that you had to do this. That you don't, it's not about me preaching you should stop doing this. It's about me saying, I love you for being here and doing this. And having the exchanges. It's amazing. So it's an up level for me to put myself into someone else's timeline instead of looking at the timeline saying, I ain't going in there, buddy. I ain't. You can't get me to go in there, So it's surpassing, right? You got a nosebleed? Are you a nosebleeder, Danny? Thanks for saying it, okay? That means probably Lily will as well. And I can feel I don't get nose, I will get double, I'll get double flow. And I can feel that. So
I already have a hole in this.
excuse me, the fact that I'm not aligned with the moons as well as I feel that, and you're telling me that, thank you. just, it's a validation of the as above, so below type of thing. Yeah, Simon. It's about surpassing how mind-blowing and idiotic it is. Nothing makes sense, and then choosing the best timeline for self. Simon, you know, it brings me to my knees still sometimes, right? Of what and how. I get it. It's just, but it's in a way, it's that thing of we're all in it together, and find the way to just stop seeing it as like the, oh my gosh, like how can we all be doing this? How can anybody choose this? And just accept to pull yourself into the best timelines possible. So by reaching out to Chase, emailing and up leveling it in the scripts that you write for yourself on a daily basis, meaning Chase's focus is from a bird's eye view perspective of seeing things playing out. So he's going to like keep you and bring you towards a timeline of seeing it for just what it is. When we find other people and communicate, witness what it feels like, then it doesn't feel the same. It transmutes, right? It transmutes. It does. It's okay to feel all that you feel, Simon. It's you know, but once we've felt that, it becomes like whoosh, closed, and stepping into the new door of seeing it the different ways and how we harness it. How do we start to collaborate near or far? We don't have to be side by side, but anchors from afar to find the synchronicities in those things and elevate ourselves. Because for myself, that's what I do. The more I reach out to others and build foundations of trust, I bring through synchronicities in my life that I see everywhere that make me know I'm at the right place at the right time. Even if there's this masked reality, I walk more parallel, middle road of it, instead of being like in it, if that makes any sense at all. Boom, Chase. They are just following a script. Exactly. I didn't see that coming, but exactly. Once you change your script, the scripts around you change. You get guided to better stores once your perspective is different, or the people react to you differently. There's many. Feeding your mind with the people who make 1244 on the 13th. The people who do walk the timelines of just going where they need to go and immersing yourself in those timelines instead of watching vids of have that fear-based thing of people still competing in those timelines of duality. Boom, David Castle. Kashmir by Zeppelin as well. Right on. David says, Pure Love Ascension, can you listen to music without dancing? Beings that listen to music without not dancing, they're just doing it wrong. It's very weird to not move at all. David, when there's any type of music, very strange to not have any type of movement. It's just, you know, it's not really. There's always kind of a part of me that's wiggling somehow. Shannon's 222, slight delay, but going to Arizona in June. That sounds awesome, Shannon. Pure Love Ascension, you're welcome. You're welcome. I don't mean to not wrench, and I never wrenched before, but I love that you guys can share. Danny Skylark, Uptown Girls, Boom, Sync, Trace B, Big Sync, loves you, Trace B. That's her store name, Danny. I even have, the other night, I was pulled in somewhere, and, well, it doesn't matter. I was pulled in somewhere, and I never really noticed, or I did, but it wasn't as big of a sink because I didn't have Trace B, but there's a store right off the highway that's called Uptown something, I forget here, and I was like, whoa, We saw Trace, right? We have that vision of just walking into Trace B's store in Mississippi, just walking right in the door. Shannon, I got a new puppy and I manifested him exactly the way he looks. White with dark ears, a medium-sized male. He's exactly what I prayed for. That's awesome. Yeah, Danny, become what you need to become to move on. I can only live my own example. Exactly. Yeah, pure love. Respect for others, Genevieve. It is, because if it hurts others how I want to be myself, like, I mean, there's a whole level of, like, somebody projecting, right? Something because I'm being myself. But I mean, if being myself in a way that disrespects other people, if I make a child's eyes horrified, do you know what I mean? Like, that's not cool, right? And I can do that very easily. I'm very imposing. Holy shit, I'm so imposing that I can be in the middle of the mall and the security guard's walking right through and he's supposed to come see me, but he won't. So what will happen is the way that people will come to me is when there'll be 2 or 3, or the one person choosing to. So when I put a certain, this is the intent I have, that's the intent I have. It's big. You know, there's a reason people think I'm tall. I might not be, but when I say and think and when I decide I'm going into, so it's easier for me to become softer than for me to walk right in and choose what we're choosing. I'm so aligned to my moon. Uptown Girls, my niece just went. I'm going this summer to the Four Corners. Yeah, love is easy. It's supposed to be anyways. Parliament. Oh man, I really don't like catching up with the comments, to be honest. Catching up to the comments sucks balls. Hey, Road Trip Betty. Speaking of balls, I know. Speaking of balls, hey, Road Trip Betty. I got rabbit balls. They're not really the balls that are under the rabbit. They're just like shapes, right? I know, Eddie. It's been a while. I miss you too. I was listening to Eddie Rabbit the other night, and Eddie and the Cruisers on the dark side, to the point where D-Case, Derek, shout out, D-Case, where's my dude? D, where ya be? D-Case, where ya be? D-Case. To the point where it was in my reality so much that Derek sent it to me. That's how much it's sinking. Did you hear on the dark side at all, Road Trip Eddie, in our little bit of a break time? I've only been on 2 times in the last week as well, Eddie. Right? I have not live streamed a lot, dude. Missed ya. Bravery! Boom! Me not know. Where's Bravery? Where are you, dude? I know everything's so cluttered everywhere right now, Bravery. I just can't even. There you are. Let's grab a bunch of Bravery and stick them in the house. Okay, let's see what I got. You ready for this? Bravery flashbacks 2 years ago, maybe today. Holy shitballs. I should go check the date. I still have the box in the kitchen. Ooh, look at this one. It's like so thin, eh? Skating on Thin Ice by Huey Lewis and the News. Priscille! Oh my god, it's like the Amaze. I'm gonna pass out. All the ladies. Hey, girls. Oh my gosh. Hi, Priscille. Hi, Amaze. I was watching you the other day. I was. I love your voice and I love your hair and just love watching you and you're just so smooth like butter to me. You make me want to go to Saskatchewan like in a heartbeat. Like so seriously, Amaze. I got Amaze on one side of me on the east and I got Priscille to the west, sorry, and I got Priscille to the east. All the Canadian ladies be around me. Okay, hang on, a little bit of more bravery. This is such a sync too with DCase, this type of rock. Kelly, nosebleeds, you used to get a lot. You get it, eh? I as well, but just different timelines in my life, especially youth, child. But it comes in and out as cycles in my life as well. And bravery. Love you too, Vives. Me loves you, dude. I haven't been watching vids and stuff. I've been really just kind of outside. I'm either drawing right now, bravery, or in the dirt and earth kind of thing for real. So I've only done 2 lives in the last week. Nice for you to be popping in. Are you at work right now, bravery, or are you homeward bound? Yeah, Chase. Learning words are energy. Conversation is a transfer of energy between 2 or more. Most only know how to take energy, and you have to give and take for it to feel good, or you find it one-sided. Exactly. Completely leaked. And it goes so fast. It goes so freaking fast. You don't even notice because it's a life pattern of loops of programs, of being indebted to talk to someone and having to, and all the expectations and layers of lack of authenticity in between, of sucking dry without even misintent, right? Without even misintent. Know not what we do with our words and our energy. Oh, me loves you too, Maze Taro. Utah is too dry. I can't imagine. I cannot even imagine. Witch Moon speaks of Texas temperature, and it's just like, I wouldn't even be able to breathe. You know what I mean? Like, I would not be able to breathe. Speaking of Utah, I might as well like drop a snake at my lap. Double 10s. 5 and 7 is 12. Believe in yourself. That's what I've pulled today so far. Believe in yourself. Let it shine. Time to heal. Double 10s. Years ago, I had them bad, the nosebleeds. I don't remember my timelines very much, Danny. It's all just, you know. You've been incognito too, bravery? Right on. It's that time, eh? The gratitude of what's around and coming to life. It's important. Boom. Danny moving to Nevada next month. Right on. Be happy for you, sweetie. Yeah, Priscille. Heal ourselves and we heal the earth. And that's the thing right now, is depending on, where we're at, who we are, what we do as an anchor. When at the 5th element level, the body right now is anchoring in a lot of stuff, because it's felt through us, right? The earth mothers of us feeling certain things, and that's the only words I really have right now. So as above, so below, right? You want to go look into an energy report and go see what the Schumann's doing and all the different, seismic and all these things, then that's what's coming through. That's it. Like you might not know. You might not know yet, but it is. It is. Priscilla, I cried so much yesterday. Thank you for crying, Priscilla. I'm grateful for you for allowing it to pass through. What you allow to pass through for you, ripple effects for all of us. Thank you. Bravery at work. Big week. Lots of 420 orders. Right on. Road trip. Me too. Outside enjoying the beautiful weather. Right on, Eddie. Is the eagle or the vulture, which one are either of them present in your reality right now, Eddie? And if so, how much? So are you seeing eagles and vultures? And that question I ask, it says 13 in the chat on the 13th. My battery's at 33 at 12:57. That question I ask of anyone, really, especially sighted both at the same time, would be cool to have validation. Priscilla, you get it too, eh? Been working on the garden and flowers and the beautiful land too. Yeah, and I haven't done this weekly of a check-in with Elsie Darling, Sophia Rise, baby girl. But that's what it's working the land. We all have some sort of access to being outside right now, and so we're using it wisely, and that's good, right? Incognito, there's a purity to it. It's not to go in and worry. And if you think of people that are incognito, reach out for real, right? Hey, Michael Joshua Lewis, how you doing? Speaking in incognito, how's your week and a half been? It's been a while, Crocodile. I haven't been on. I'm not going into anything at all, Michael Joshua Lewis. You know what I mean? Like, at all. So, how's it going, eh? How's Tyrese? Excuse me. Pure Love Ascension. I love your cards. Oh, thank you. I only have, a certain amount of packs. And that's that. They either were guided to me or a few gifted to me, mostly guided to me. And they're just all random. Yeah, Chase. Thanks for writing that out. That's why it is important to let others know when they are not being themselves. Truth hurts, but wouldn't you like to be called out if you're being wrong? To do this, we'd have to be compassionate yet stern. Exactly. And that's why I resonate with using the term mama bear. I'm sorry, but it's being a mother is not shits and giggles. There's no simplicity to it. There's a line to be drawn for a lot of things. And that's it. And that never stops. So the kindness of being firm, you can't go burn yourself that way again. Or, you can. Go ahead. You want to do it again? Go ahead. But at some point, I'm not here to enable a child, anybody, to come tell me, when I hurt myself because I went and poked myself at the same spot, the same time, the same again. You want to keep doing your patterns even if you're 2? You're not going to get a certain, amount of attention on a certain level. And there will be the line drawn even more. If a child is self-harming, there's going to be the way. But there doesn't get to be that because when you're at a certain level, you don't want to hurt yourself, so you stop. But that's just it. So a lot of the way I call it, Chase, is we're here to love. It's unconditional, and love allows. And every feeling and everything we feel is to be witnessed. I believe that. But you can't witness the same thing over and over and over and over. That's just fucking llama drama and 3D perspective. So when you're in a higher frequency and you witness the same thing over and over, that you see is a loop of a pattern, that there's no growth to someone. So sometimes timelines take time to rebuild and take apart. So someone will come to you with the same experiences to speak, but they're always speaking more and more elevated. They're not getting more angry at their mother or their partner. They're always evolving. So the witness doesn't enable. Love doesn't enable. And the fine line of being told that everything's shits and giggles and rainbows and unicorns and there is no right or wrong, that we're middle road. Yeah, I am middle road, buddy. But you can't get to this side if you act this way. It's just not a fifth and beyond perspective. The 3, 4, 5D actions, patterns, reactions, things you choose must elevate. Or go figure your timelines out. Other people are playing it out. Not our circus and our monkeys when we're just heading this way. So the timelines stop with certain people right now who are at a certain level of authenticity because we're not going to enable patterns. Exactly. You get it, right? Bravery. Love does not enable. So love understands that, if you hold space for somebody, that it's okay for somebody to, not feel good and say things out of context and be angry, right? But this doesn't become something that's enabled all the time. It's something that this situation was so dealt with of how everything felt, and that it doesn't happen again because it's rewritten as a script of accepting. Because half of what people need is witness to like what they're going through. And okay, yeah, you feel all that, but you can't feel all that every day and want witness for the same thing. It's not enabled anymore. Like the surpassing is, you know what I'm saying? The passion, yeah, in a moment. And that's just it. The aha moments happen in a click now. Everything's accelerated. So the witnessing and the holding space, the not enabling, the more people don't enable, then there's no one to play the part. So it's really just staying true to self. Because if you're not here and it's not a part of your timeline and you're not enabling it, and the more people go bounce to certain timelines and nobody's enabling anything, then nothing can exist, sustain itself. Does that make sense? So it's the same as being in high school. If you just don't listen to a rumor, it can't perpetuate because nobody really makes it a rumor. So if the rumor always stops with you, if you never listen to bullshit, it can't come to you. It's never a part of your reality. So when stuff comes, it's because it's so needed that you play the part of what your reaction is in order to not enable. So things still gonna happen. That's what the last months of trying to understand is, because you get elevated, the situations are going to come more in a way because people need somebody pure to bounce a lie off of. So the more pure of heart you become and the more full of love, you will be given the situation of a narcissist fucking lying right in front of you, trying to bring you into a situation. But your reaction is not to see a red flag and want to fucking whoosh, wow, the narcissist is going to pay, right? Because we're not the indigo warrior trying to show that everybody's a fucking narcissist. We already know everybody's wounded. So we interact in a way that, depending on the situation. It's you can't be entangled in a narcissist's thing. You can only choose to treat them a certain way when they come towards you to lead them to what they need. That's it. celebrating Nara's birthday with her dad's grave. 12B at the Veterans Memorial Site near Sparks. Aw, Priscilla, I was bringing my garbage to the road and I stopped to cry and hug kindly a big, big tree. Aw, bravery. Yeah, I get it. Me too. I got emotional from watching a show about family heritage. Yeah. Good. Road trip Betty confirming eagles all over, many raptors as well. Danny, thanks for writing the whole name out with the Y. I wanted to come on and do a live stream last night, Danny. Kind of just like, let's gather, and I didn't, you know what I mean? It was just me. I didn't have that energy to give and share, you know what I mean? When I shared with you, Danny, yesterday, battery's at 31, it's the 13th, 1307, says 11 in the chat. When I shared with you, Danny, my Skies 5D video, in the moment, I was listening to songs that remind me of Big Nicks. So songs that remind me of Big Nicks are either songs that you sent to me over time or things that I just remember from either he played in one of his vids or back in the day 2 years ago, when I used to do vids, there would be a background song sometimes. I was one of those people who just put my Spotify on random and then I would flow. It was, I guess, knowing now it was a practice to what I was doing, but I would just do a free flow video, just talking for 20 minutes or 30 minutes on end, and then the songs would flow. And then I realize now, thinking about it, because I've never really said it out loud, that the songs would flow into what I was saying. And Big Nicks was somebody who would, who supported my channel, who truly saw me as a mama bear and would watch certain videos like front to back. And he encouraged and he elevated and he commented. So he helped me to rise in listening for real. And he would catch those things, Danny. You know what I mean? He was aware. He wasn't just a fucking bear checking shit out. He was aware. He was a bear that was aware, right? Big Nicks, Lane Michael Nixon, was a bear that was aware. He saw, he heard, he had the ears to go with the eyes. So if I was wearing red, the song came on talking about red, and I was talking all of a sudden about stuff, he caught that stuff in ways that, like, sure, maybe a lot of other people catch it, right? But that's where, that's why I say, when I tell somebody, Big Nicks, Fire Drake, Zigzagzilla, I'm trying to think of Mike, my Skies 5D. When I introduce myself into the reality of certain masculine and say, you're like these people for me, it's because for me, whether you get it or not, you do. Like True, right? The revealing unknown. It doesn't matter where somebody is at in themselves, they just are. And they just see whether they comment or not. And when they do comment, they are an elevator. Because we're so... Yeah, Danny, that's exactly it with a capital R. He respected me. He did. And respected me, but elevated as well, right? It's like, Lane Michael Nixon was a teaser, right? You know that, Danny. And he knew where I had to stop. I can't be teased about certain things. If you pass that line inside of me, it doesn't matter if you love me, you're hurting me. And Big Nick's got that. And that's that. That's that. There's a certain sense of humor that I can't go past of certain things. It's not inside of me. Will it be? Could it be? Has it been? Yeah, I can play the game of listening to anything. But bottom line of who I am, he understood that line. He did. I know you would have died with him, G. I know, Danny. That's why I know you're so brave to be here, sweetie. Boots on the ground, baby. I get it. I get it, sweetie. I do. You're so fucking brave. Hey, Corey Reeves. Hi, Alex G. Me see you, Alex. But after 3 months of hemorrhaging, we saw baby. Yeah. I'm so proud of you. I am. Right? The timelines with the babies, you know. Danny, he was so sick, G. Yeah. I know. He took it all, sweetie. He really did. He swallowed so much stuff. I don't have other words. I only have, you know, him and Milky, just, Danny, no one ever showed me love like that. Me so proud of him. He needed for you to allow him to show someone love like that too, sweetie. So thank you for being brave enough to be that. Right? You allowed for the full circle of what he needed. And now just he lives on. Right? A year. I love you. Hey, Corey Reeves. I'm gonna pull a card. 42, Corey. 4 and 2. Got the Ma'ats. 13-13 on the 13th. Let's see if we pull Ma'at, Corey. How's it going? You good, Corey? Banning. Peter Banning. Banning, California. California, Al. California, GI Ant. You bringing in GI Ant energy. $13, $14 on the 13th. GI Ant. I'm gonna send Lucy too right now. I'm gonna send Lucy. Thanks for being with us, Pure Love Ascension. Much love to all. Gotta run, get some things done. Please enjoy how much love to all. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know why I got caught up in that. Have a good day, Pure Love Ascension. Yeah, bravery. Love does allow all. It does. So it's okay if people want to play out their parts and do their stuff. It's so okay. I just don't want to enable it, and it's not being brought forth into the timelines that I'm going into. Right? It's so beautiful. People have the choice. It's not my circus, not my monkeys. Yeah, Danny, what's done is done. Yeah. What's done is done. Timelines stop with me and begin at me. And this is the choice I've taken. And that's what I'm going to be. Yeah, Corey Reeves. Thank you. Me wanted you to write something. Love for all too. Thank you. Yeah, Danny. Jack of all trades. Jack of spades. 2 of spades. Ace of spades. You thought me was the ace of spades, but me is the 2 of spades. Boom, Priscilla, yeah, tell me about it. You write, tell me about it. That's another Billy Joel song. Tell her about it. Boom, Billy Joel sing, tell her about it. And with me seems I like forget. I'm too nice or permissive, I guess. Same here, Priscilla. Priscilla, je préfère donner trop. Je préfère donner trop puis me faire fourrer d'aplomb. Pourquoi? Ça donne la chance à quelqu'un d'autre de vivre quelque chose. You know what I mean? Consciously just choosing a timeline of just go, Joe, just fuck it up, buttercup, fuck it all up. Consciously allow somebody to fuck it up. Why? Because the more that they can fuck shit up with you, like on a dime, really fast, the more they're going to pivot and grow. Right? So consciously letting somebody just go, buddy. Just go. Enter that ship of fucking fools and start lying your fucking ass off. Go ahead. Now fucking row your boat. Figure it out. Because I'm not playing anymore. You know, you got the role that you need to get that out of you. Go ahead. Now figure it out. Because I'm done. Me done. I allowed for what you needed. And I'm not playing. Right? Exactly, bravery. When there is no victim, change happens. Exactly. So for myself, I can still be brought into a timeline and feel like a victim and have a pity party like this. I'm not going to pretend I don't. I do. But feeling it, owning it. Because, yeah, there's still a part of me that is like, you know? Can this stuff be done? Apparently not. No, apparently not. People want about certain timelines, so no, it's not done. Alex, I think the door's open. Oh shit, it is. Latch on, latch off, latch geekins. Oh, that's the exit of Eden. Michelle, can I'm free. I do believe I saw your name, baby. My, Michelle. We gotta redo a version of that song, me and you, baby girl, sometime.
Can I'm free.
Michelle.
Can free.
Ooh, even the kids singing. Say that again, baby, one more time. Please, for Michelle.
Okay,
See,
now
now
that you want me to do it, I'm not gonna do it.
do you hear that, Michelle? Now that I want her to sing, she's not gonna sing for me. So that's why me and you gotta redo my Michelle. That slut ass version just don't fucking resonate with me, right? Me fucking love you, Axl Rose, but me never lived up to my Michelle's fucking song. Never. Actually kept me off of those fucking tracks. My daddy works in porno. Oh yeah, that'd be fucking hilarious. I know. It's Axl wrote those. Guns N' Roses wrote those lyrics. Me did not. Me is more of I resonate with the Beatles, my Michelle, right? I'm more of a Michelle, my Belle. I know, eh? Guns N' Roses. I did have a drummer break a stick once trying to fucking impress me with my Michelle. It was the best version I ever heard. And they actually changed the words for me. Oh yes, Tom changed the words for me. Back in the 80s. Garage band, you know what I mean? But I told him, I was like, I know you guys are a cover band of Guns N' Roses, but if you sing my Michelle in my presence and fucking look at me and sing those words and look at me, I'm fucking leaving and shit's gonna fly. I know, you walk into a garage and people are a cover band for Guns N' Roses and you don't even know them really a lot, but you tell them. You tell them. Don't you fucking do that shit and look at me in the eye. I was 17 at the time. Yeah, sovereignty and me walk hand in hand. So yeah, Tom redid the words a little bit to make it like less like he was not a whore. And Paul broke the stick. I had this stick most of my life. My ex-husband threw it out, I think. Yeah, my ex-husband threw out the stick.
Can you warm up some pasta?
Sure.
Like my new high heels too.
Axel is amazing. Oh, yeah, Axel.
I love my new high heels.
I know. Michelle, if you go back in my videos, I have a history. It's like, you know, other people blame Satan for shit. I've chosen Axl Rose. I would totally
Like
meet
my
him
new
and
high
say,
heels?
like, I love you, but I've used you as like that one thing. Like, I'm gonna blame Axl for writing that song. And I know, I feel bad because Axl probably wasn't even the writer. He was just the voice. I know. As much as I'll put like James Douglas Morrison on this, like, he is a poet and a prophet, and like, you never say anything bad about JDM. I mean, he's like kind of mean to Axl sometimes.
Like my
He's
new
like
high
my pet
heel?
peeve. I know. I don't even know why.
Do you have my new high heel? Mom, that's my new high heel.
Don't use my duct tape for high heels. Oh my gosh. Only I get to do that. Yeah, Axl is next
Your
level.
feet are too big.
And I say that, and I say it with utmost respect. I do speak to my angels the same way. It's, you know, it's been a long path of synchronicities, so we got to find a way to interact, right?
Stop.
But I swear, what's the song? I used to love her, but I had to kill her. Put that on repeat right now. That's the one that I like singing sometimes in my mudroom. Until the shooting happened.
Yeah.
I know. Until 3 weeks ago, I used to sing, I used to love her, but I had to kill her. But now she's buried in my backyard. That used to be
God.
my number one mudroom song. Now it's not so much.
No,
Not so
no.
much.
Especially because he was in our backyard.
Not so much. Fucking not so much at all. I swear. I can't make this shit up.
Exactly 3 weeks and 2 days ago.
I used to love her.
But I had to kill her.
She's buried right in
My backyard!
13th Warrior, full house. Fuck yeah, baby, a full house. That's what I need. That's what I need. A full house and a deck of cards. I'll pull one of these when I'm done my cigarette. One of the black cards. We'll pull a black card and you guys can help me read it. Ooh, Chase, yeah. I just stop the energy being sent if it's not balanced or densed. I say that I don't accept it. Please say it in a better way. I feel you are projecting this. You kind of get the rest. Yeah, I do tend to do that as well. On a certain level, I get what you're saying. He always wanted a little girl, Danny says. That's why he came to me. I know. Chase, you will live to see him again, Danny. I mean, no, sweetie. Open arms when I can't even lift my own. Yeah, Danny. He makes me fly. Me knows, Danny, because you share that with me. You do. And I have no words for how grateful I am for that, Danny. Um, if I didn't have your energy and Big Nick's and Milky Way, I wouldn't be here right now. And that's that. Missed you too, Michelle. I tried yesterday to sustain more and longer, but I couldn't, so I came on later today, hoping Anita will be able to pop in as well. Anita's been so kind in the last few days. She's just randomly pulled cards and sent them to me on Instagram and in timelines where I really needed it, and they're spot on cards for what I needed at the time. Like, I'm sitting there thinking of something and it's coming through and I'm like, I don't want to hear this bullshit. And then boom, go to look at the message she sent me, and it's exactly what, I'm being told that I don't want to listen to you. And then the same thing written with the image to just like, just hang on, baby girl. Just hang on. It's like, okay. Careful with the bowl, please. The bowl's a little cold because it was in the fridge, but it's fresh. Love you. Enjoy. David says, greetings and favor to you, Michelle Cannon Free. Loved your video. And that sweater is on point. I know. Me loves your sweater, Michelle. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Corey. Same here. I'm a jack of all and a master of none. Same. I'd rather be jack of all. For sure. Exactly, Simon says. I love that you write that like that. Change isn't about pity. It isn't. I do believe in the one hissy fit though, and I stand by that. Of we feel stuff. We do. And what I mean by hissy fit is like it's not meant to hurt another, but the inside us must release something, and sometimes it's not pretty. So depending on what people's inner things is of how to release things, like without it hurting and projecting things, but getting it out, right? So everybody's release is different, and it's important to release it for real so it doesn't loop back. Danny, drink a beer with loud country music. I absolutely can't. I can't drink beer even if I tried. The only time I ever really drank a beer was on stage for the Trailer Park Boys, and that was just a joke, so I can't drink that shit. But I'm not so into loud country music. I like old country, Danny, but I don't resonate with the new stuff at all. It's very rare to find a new song that like rocks my crank. Danny, lots of beautiful ringing in your head. Same. Danny, I love Guns N' Roses. Danny, my daddy was a gigolo. Oh, dude. My daddy wasn't quite a gigolo, but he's like a nudist, kind of very different dad. So, And by nudist, I just mean that the comfort level is so elevated that there's no mystery to a masculine body to me since birth, right? Somebody else like wishing to see something, it's like, okay, go ahead, like, because everybody's got one or they don't, right? Oh, I just sent you and Lily Rose a video of Nick on Skype. Can't wait to watch it. I mean, Nate, a video of wee Nate. He's watching a projector on the ceiling. Ixnay on that song being belted out in the mudroom. I know, eh, Michelle? What's my other song? My other song I love to sing is One Gun. One Gun by 5440. It's one of my major. It's like in my one top 10 songs. One Gun by 5440. And now it's like, this is just not the same. It's just not the same anymore, singing that out loud in my neighborhood. Not at all. Not right now. I've seen more in the last 3 weeks to diverge in my fucking eyes of everything that like I am in John Wick now. Like, officially. Like, the stuff that goes on in the background, I'm a witness to it. It's like amazing. I'm just trying to accept it all for what it is and be like, wow, if this continues at this movie-esque pace, I'm gonna be like, fucking, I fought the law and the law won. You know what I mean? Whoa. Believe me, because the system is not so fucking cool. We will fucking run with the other side in a heartbeat if that's the timeline that's coming. Whoa. I just can't even. Fuck. Yeah, Danny Skylark, Dixie Chicks Earl. That's my life's one abuser after another. I couldn't possibly be a victim. Dude, I belt out Earl's Gotta Die pretty well. I do. The Dixie Chicks allowed me to really be able to live vicariously through that song. That's a perfect song to just like get out the fucking anger. Then that's awesome that you wrote that right there too, Danny, because about 5 to 10 minutes ago I was just saying you must have at least one fucking hissy fit and get shit out, and we all have our ways. And boom, the Dixie Chicks Earl Has to Die is one of my maybe top 20 ways to get my fucking rocks off of a hissy fit. Meaning, right? I'll gravitate towards something that will get me out of it. So the DJ of me will play that song to like, that's about as pissed off as I'll be, is, you know, singing the Dixie Chicks song about me killing somebody. That's so gross. You look like Kung Fu Panda with like a unicorn shirt. And I don't mean
That
gross
lights up.
as in that lights up, of course. Yeah, I love the back roads too. Danny, he did not belong to me. How could I hold back? He talks through us through spirit and the blood, gee, you know. I do. I do. I do. And that's just it, Danny, is that when, you know what I mean? Like, Milky chose a timeline of the same ilk of, he knew he would empower more by being of us all in the now at all times, for real, where there is no bypass of an ego wondering, can I email him right now? It's straight connection. And that's where our choices lie. We either harness the straight connections and really empower ourselves by the knowing of what's really legion at our side, for real, right? And the flow and the back and forth of the ebb of the 3-4, what it feels like to not have at the side, but to have always, as above, so below. It's such a cluster of the completely being in this, but being asked and having to continue to play and be in the 3 to 4 reality for the greater good of the all. Right? Michelle, thank you for going live later. To say I missed you and this family is an understatement. You're so welcome, sweetie. And I wanted to last night. My intent wanted to, but I didn't feel that being the middle road that I could sustain it. You know what I mean? And holding the space and being the strongest in the moment is what's most important right now for me. So yeah, Danny, no veils. And that's just it. With the veils, the less veils there are, the thinner the veils are. The rude awakening of disclosure of what's, you know, it has to be integrated, if that makes any sense at all. It has to be integrated. What, honey? I know. I kind of went wild on the marshmallows. I don't even know what happened. I don't even like marshmallows. I don't want to talk about it.
Say how many there were?
I don't think they count the marshmallows before they put them in the packages. I don't know. I was eating them by the handful for 2 nights. I think I did pretty good. I didn't like marshmallows. Just, they were there. They were there. What can I say?
321.
Hey, Madib. How's it going?
There was
1333.
321 in here.
321.
That's like, I would expect more.
Running with the wolves. Yeah, howling. Howling at the moon for sure, Danny. Michelle says, I find it interesting that I instinctively bowed my head when I was talking about Brian, Milky Way. Yeah. It's powerful, I get it, I know. And yeah. Danny, I felt that yesterday. No, they have no clue. No, Danny, no clue. None. Exactly, Michelle. Thanks for writing that. That's so clue. I totally understand and respect that. When we're meant to exchange energies, we will. Exactly. And that's why, like, I follow only guidance to do this. Whether it looks like it from anyone's perspective or not, that's how I roll. And, you know, I was warning and I was saying, first of all, a timeline cannot sustain itself eternally the same way, no matter what, right? So you can love to walk by the beach and at sunset, but the sunset's gonna end and you have to stop that timeline and go in and warm up or go do something else at some point. The sunset stops setting. You know, it's gonna roll on. Well, it's the same thing, like with the winter hibernation of the bear-esque northern life that I live. I could spend like 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 hours a day streaming and not even be conscious of time on any level. It's ice outside. Whereas now, it's not. So no matter what, my timelines couldn't sustain themselves the same way. And the input and output of syncs and people assimilating them and stepping into them, Michelle. Yesterday, it was a beautiful stream, but at one point, I lost my shit. I did. Why? Because I'm reading the same shit out loud as I was 4 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 1 month ago, and that hurts me. Why? Because if I'm reading the same stuff out loud in my live streams, it's because people need it, which is beautiful,
Jerry.
but me need to step up and be in different roles. So me still playing the same role of saying the same stuff, I already know that it's not because, like, it's not about going to buy or being gifted new cards. and me having new cards, I will still be pulling the same words if that's what people need. And that's okay. But me, what I am in the middle of all this, when people don't step into certain timelines and then I'm repeating the same stuff, the awareness that I have of the choices that aren't being made becomes heavier for me. Meaning, it's like when you're a kindergarten teacher and you have to say the same thing every day. You aspire to the level of not having to repeat the same thing every day. And it's not because anybody who's listening to me is not at a, you know what I mean? It's just, if this is what I'm guided to come in and flow, that's what's needed, and that's beautiful. But the flow of me needs to be in a different stream of what comes out of me, right? So there's no judgment that the stepping into certain timelines and certain things hasn't happened or isn't happening or is happening so much that it's all going to show itself at the same time. Because that's what happens is, because I've done a sustained year and then a year before that of being the middle of so many different people and so many different tribes and so many different timelines, I'm aware of it and what's coming together and how it is coming together. So it's not a judgment. It's the awareness of it all, right, Danny? You got it? You know what I mean? Hi, slightly, I haven't said your name in a long time. Steve, sleeve. I got my sleeve. All this is ... No words. No words. Yeah. Please don't sap at that lollipop while I'm got other things going in my ears, Lily Rose. Michelle, Lily is my little marshmallow.
There's only one of me, not 321.
Chase, without projection, without fear, I am true direction. Without loving tears, I was lost in lessons, but now I'm here. This is my confession for all these years together. We stand, mother in hand, to the promised land. That's beautiful, Chase. 1340 Eastern Time. It's 1344 on the 13th. My battery says 21. My brightness is still always doing that and just going up by itself all the time. Groundhog's Day. Michelle, nice sync. I pulled the groundhog yesterday. The groundhog is to let it go. To see everything from a different perspective. It's important. 22, Chase. 21, 22. I might flip the screen. Actually, I'm going to flip the screen right now. Why? Because sometimes when I flip the screen, it calls Meeps in. So, hey, I'm going to do it. Why? Because I might as well use the opportunity to use the charger that's right beside me before Lily Rose needs it. And why? Because it flips people out. Why not? Gotta catch up with the chat. David, I need to finish. My tongue is slipping a lot. If I can't say slightly slanted sleuth 3 times in a row right now, I'm saying fanish instead of finish, catch the slips. There's a reason. Just saying, you either catch it or you don't, but yeah, compassion and tolerance. Yeah. And that's just it. The last, it's just the ick of certain things that just, yeah. I don't know. I will call it, Danny, the time when timelines are shifting and the portals and just like the rebirth, the reopening, the lowering of more veils happens. The integration of what it feels like just is the in-between. The in-between. It's beautiful. it's like just very empty right now, waiting to be filled, Danny. If that makes sense. Michelle, I'm not caught up with the chat. Michelle, I just opened my Milky Way chat box. The group Ryan started before you sent it. And there's 144 unread messages. Wow. On Discord, you mean, sweetie? I haven't checked my Discord in a long time. And when I do open my Discord, it's open right on Al's page with my Milky Way card. I never shut my Discord so that it always opens up to me on that card. Yeah, Michelle, I'm trying to cut out a new vantage point and groundhog card. Excellent sync. Yeah. Michelle, the other thing too, Fire Drake, we were talking once and I was saying how having a bird's eye view, like when I say, you know, like I suck myself out of my reality. It's not about me looking at what's going on right now. It's about me bringing myself up to check from above of what's going on. And the bird's eye view, right? I am the condor. I have the bird's eye view. But it's like when we say we're 5D, we're limiting ourselves because we're not 5D. We're 5D and beyond. And it doesn't stop at 12 either. It does not. So it's the same thing with a bird's eye view. Fire Drake had brought into my awareness. Bring it up higher. It's a star's eye view that I want. I don't want just the bird's eye view anymore. What, you know, the star's eye view. And I didn't listen to it all, but I peeked in last night, was guided just to certain timelines of like pow, 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 because I went in 3 times. Phil Good did a live stream last night. And I'm not there to grab everything. I don't, especially right now, I'm not listening to a lot of stuff, and I'm only going in for the meat and the bones of what I need. And Phil Good was saying it. How did he say it? I can't remember what I was going to flow to. Shit. It'll come back to me. It'll come back. I'm not going to hang on to it. If I'm not meant to say it, it's because I'm not meant to say it. That's it. Yeah, Chase. Meep echoes several times across the realm. Oh, Meeps hears me. Hey, Chase. Meeps is on the toilet in the UK going, fuck, she's calling me in and she's going to be sideways. He already knows I'm sideways before he comes in. Slightly slanted sleuth. Meep is awesome. Yeah, Steve. Meeps is awesome. Meeps is in that top boom people of just see me for even beyond of fast and with specific stuff of just getting it. So easy with Meeps. So easy with Meeps. I'm going to repeat that 3 times. It's so easy with Meeps. He just... Man, yeah. Michelle, I missed your energy. We missed you too, sweetie. Yeah, Jason's like, he's going to come in like, what? We're going to be like, nothing. We just love you. I know, eh? Oh, I swear, I think that the screen does this to my app just so I could be sideways to fuck with Meeps, right? Just so I could be sideways to mess with Meeps. And if it gets anybody else in the ripple effect, well, welcome to my timelines with Meeps. Danny, it's like riding a wave or a ways, lots of waves, and coast landing on my island. Yeah, my island is full of my island is blue, and it's the Eddie Vedder Into the Wild soundtrack. That's what my island is like. It's like Rise. If you know the song Rise by Eddie Vedder, that's what my island is like today. Michelle, the group Brian started. Tones, whoa, 1351. was cool. Anybody else feel that? If anybody specifically walked into the stream right when I did that, it would be really cool if you would validate, whoa, I did that? Yeah, you did. Otherwise, it was just something else passing through, but that was epic. When my whole head just goes like this during a live stream and I just don't flow with it, you know it was hard. Woo! Slightly slanted sleuth. When thee sees you, I sees me. When the day is new, it's born in you. I am you and you are me. Oh, thank you for having me read that, Steve. It's beautiful when the sustained conversation that comes through the stream and what you guys choose, and then when I can just flow it through. Thank you.
What are small whistles?
It is. It looks like a little pin thing for a GPS wayward point.
Or like a pin for sewing.
It's like, boom, spot on the map.
Or for like sewing. You know, when you pin the fabric.
That's a lollipop from America. That's a lollipop from America. I think we have 5 left. West Coast lollipops. Mine's more like 5 o'clock somewhere. Oh, it's always 5 o'clock somewhere. You not use that to drink, but just to whatever. What's up, Shell? Michelle, my belle. Ready for this? Are y'all ready for this? Bow, 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 bow. You hear the birds behind me? Big Nicks used to tell me that. Love that, silly. Right on. 41. 1 and 4 is 5. Nightingale spirit. Love is all around. Tesla. 369. Tesla. Love is all around. Love is knocking right outside your door. Can you hear it? I can't find my book. By hook or by crook, I can't find my book. There it is. Right under my Jim Morrison book. That rhymed. And the train. Ooh, the train. I'm going to read this one just because the train is like tracking right behind me. You hear it? Me is the 7-2, Danny. I'm the 7-2 shell. Oh, I gotta put my glasses on. Slightly slanted sleuth. You about to hit your drums? Oh, right on. One of my favorite drum riffs, even if I can't even just stand the words, I am gonna redo that fucking song someday. I just can't fucking handle being Hot for Teacher right now. But the intro to Hot for Teacher by Van Halen, that's forever inside me. I just can't even, I actually, Steve, right now, like, I can hear the drums, like, so much echoing within, and the bagpipes. If anybody else is hearing the bagpipes, let me know, because me is pumping up the jams of bagpipes coming out of me. I'm surprised if you guys don't hear the bagpipes coming out of me right now, as well as the train whistle, you know, with my backup. I swear, I just can't even. And seriously, I've never heard so many birds singing in the middle of the freaking night as I have in the last 2 weeks, especially the last 36 to 72 hours of my life. 333 is me. 1355, the 55. Okay, I'm going to read it. I swear, Danny. A blackbird singing in the dead of night. Okay, keep it up, buttercup. I hear ya. I hear you good and loud. It's the most beautiful thing to fall asleep to. It's like, just, it doesn't stop. It's not as jungle-like in the nighttime. Like it's not like right now. You know, but still, it's awesome. Night and gave. There's that slip of the tongue, eh? Nightingale. Irish temple. Yeah, matey. Heck yeah. Got the Ireland energy right now. Needs to be there. I'm trying to flip it. Get the little colors. He's not so jewelry oriented, but this comes from Ireland. I forget exactly where. But this is where my DNA is in Ireland as well, because my sister threw a rock for me. She threw a rock for me, so I didn't touch Ireland. Of course you would put John Wayne up right now, Danny. Cowboy, take me away. Fly this girl as high as you can. Cowboy, take me away. John Wayne. Bruce Wayne. Bat signal.
Another cherry.
Double cherries for the kid. In the darkness of night, Nightingale spirit sings her song of love and hope, a harbinger, I'm not good with that word, harbinger of dawn, to remind you that the sun will soon rise again. You are so loved, and the illumination song of the Nightingale spirit calls you to a new level of self-awareness. Hi, Mary Wynn. Speaking of new levels of self-awareness, how are you? Yay! Okay. Spirit calls you to a new level of self-awareness and connection with the light. Mary, Mary, why ya buggin'? Yes, there's shadows and darkness, but love and prosperity exist everywhere, even in the seeming emptiness of space and darkness and starless night. Hearken, ooh, hearken, I like hearkening. Hark the herald angels sing. Hearken to the message, letting the music of love, the Nightingale song, remind you that love is all around. Tesla, boom, 369. Feel it and trust it. In tomorrow's light renewing your ability to recognize that the spaces that appear empty are filled with love and abundance. Boom. That's what I said today. The chalice is so empty, it can only be filled with something good. Fuck yeah. Excuse my fucks, but me need them right now. Whoa. Yeah. Batman is the Dark Knight. Well, Danny, I can't help it. The brightest lights are hidden in the darkest places. Damn. If that ain't the truth, I don't know what is. Boom. I'm going to read the protection message. The darker the skies, the more it seems that dawn will never appear. But Nightingale Spirit is here to remind you that the sun will shine again. Soon you will feel the love and notice the abundance that surrounds you. Sing now. Put on some music or simply sing in the empty space. For finding the light within and giving it voice will give it rise to hope and help you begin to hear the call of another who, like you, was beginning to fear the light would never come. Bring the light into the darkness with love from within. Give it voice and know that daybreak will be here soon. Day-o, daylight come and me want to go home. Man, Danny says, I have a Batman shirt. Me not have a Batman shirt. Me called the bat signal years ago and it didn't work, so I won't wear Batman on my chest. He can go like, I got Superman on my chest. One big faded S that is so light. It's pink now. Pink and baby blue. Instead of being dark blue and like red, my Superman shirt is so worn out, you can probably see my nipples through it. And me not mean to say nipples, but damn, everybody's got them. Yeah, Into the Mystic. I've been listening to that. Michelle, I'm wearing a Pulp Fiction shirt. Neato. That's funny. I know I watched Pulp Fiction, but in a weird way. I lived a lot of a timeline of my life in Quebec, rural Quebec, and we did not have access to things that were of English. So I watched dubbed movies, so voiceover. So for me, Pulp Fiction was a voiceover movie that I saw with French voices over the English voices. So I never really grasped it or became like on the Pulp Fiction like stuff because the understanding and how when a movie gets dubbed over, what gets, you know, how it feels is just so different. And it's one of the reasons that, same with like a lot of other movies, I had access to them in my reality, but I didn't really see them or watch them. I just was kind of saw the image, watched the lips move, and then heard a different voice. So certain movies aren't ingrained in me, or I wasn't able to see them the certain way that other people saw them and were synced or integrated certain things that shocked or certain things because I had a buffer of translation. So things that I already don't and didn't in my life, even when I binge watched movies for real, I binge watched movies that I already knew. So certain things never came into my awareness. That's why. Excuse me. Like, it's not a joke, that 80s vibration from me, and it's not something that I make up. It's a part of me because I didn't step into certain 90s, 2000 and beyond, even now, timelines. I said it before, I'll say it again. I had never seen Miley Cyrus twerk a certain way, the one thing that everybody blew up about. I never watched that. It came into my reality because community channels choose to make videos that put that imagery. When 9/11 happened, I didn't use my eyes to look at things or listen to things, so I didn't get programmed or see certain things until it's commonly seen. A book will have the things and images bombard us. The protection of what it's been solid for me in my lifetime. I didn't have to grow up and be told I was being programmed. I already knew that and had a certain awareness. So binge watching certain things that made me happy, and that's it, is not the same as dipping into everything and then just being like, "Buh," right? So the path to the cleanliness of my timelines, of what my eyes chose and what was brought into my reality, and then having the added buffer of things lost in translation, make it that I never generated an interest in certain things at all. And because let's just say when I was young, I did have a certain foot into looking at certain things, and then it was taken away from me. It wasn't available in my rural reality that I chose. Because I chose as a sovereign being coming out of high school that I didn't want to live the rat race, and I moved towards smaller and rural as a 19, 20-year-old who chose that. Like, I didn't go running for the city. When I was really young, I thought it would be like, all these big things. But then as soon as it was available in my timelines, I didn't want to go to a big college or a big university. And when I was in a small college and with all of that around me, I saw, like, I didn't want to become a part of being a teacher like I had planned, and being a psychiatrist or all of those things like I had planned, because I saw the role of it all in the background. So 6 months in college of them telling me what to do and how I must program myself to see children as packages that have labels, I was out of the system before they could continue to program me because I didn't believe in it. So me being in a daycare setting at 19 years old, where I'm told this is a mirror, they don't know we're watching, their parents have consented and they know that we're analyzing their kids all day long, every day. You know what I mean? So there was a consent. It was okay for us to study kids. But what it did to me as the person that I already was back then, it disgusted me that me looking at a child who was 2 through a window to classify him as something was enough for a label to be put into an envelope and said that this child is this way. So if on a certain given day a child acted up and that's the day that he peed his pants, but that's the day that he was being like analyzed by people, and that full circle we came to a consensus of what this child was like, then we labeled him as this or this. And then sustained behavior would upgrade him in the what he or she is like. And that drove me batshit. I couldn't assimilate to that. I just couldn't. It still blows my mind that we're still doing this now, and we're in 25 years later of a timeline, right? That children just aren't born free. They're told when they're supposed to talk, walk, that they have a disability if they don't say a certain amount of words by 2 years old. Blows my mind, right? So I didn't allow myself to become a part of it. Michelle says, I have Edwin Collins in my head now. Never known a girl learn. What's with the word slurs today? That's how too, I can see that we're in the slippery of the timelines coming in and out. My speech patterns are very slurry. My words are not concrete. Even if I'm like very calm and not so in like blah, blah, blah. It's just slurring. The slurring of timelines coming together. It's so real for me that's where I'm at with my words. You get it, Danny, eh? Same with healthcare. And that's it, is that sometimes some of us were able to surpass, like knowing it's all what it is, but having the need to be in those timelines, right? Exactly, Danny. It's not like healthcare, it's more like death care. Exactly. Yeah. And that's just it. It's the rude awakening of all of that, right? I'm gonna put that to save for later. Thanks, Michelle. I don't know if I know that song. Gee, the head like the glitch. Pull a goddess, see what flows. 1409. At this point, it's just about keeping a sustained vibration of love. That's it. And that's it. Danny, so done with the shit. Yeah. And that's just it, Danny. It's really consciously not manifesting the timelines of anything, right? Focus. As soon as there's anything of anything, you're choosing to not put any energy into it. That's it. We're not sustaining the timelines of anything. Anything. Our part is done, Danny. There are certain parts, they're closed. And you know what? They are so closed, Danny, that there's a part of me that's not even sitting there going, go ahead and try. Because it's so closed. It's closed, Danny. It closed in the last 24 hours. It can't be reopened again. And I pity the fool who would ever try, Danny. I pity the fool who would ever try to bring us into certain timelines right now, because everything right now is in our favor to not have anything in our fucking way. I'm done. I'm not playing certain things to help other people through anymore. My choices of where I focus my energy has been completely just recentered, recalibrated of there is zero like a shark, zero wasted effort. I feel like I'm going to pass out. The noise in my head is so dizzy. Boom. Thanks for reminding me. That's exactly what Phil Good was talking about last night. And this is the thing. Phil talks about it from the perspective of who he is, has consciously opened his mind to hear the din of everything, right? He has worked his way up in his awareness to open to everything. And baby girl, me and you, and whoever else resonates with this, we're the opposite. We've always heard the din, and we're finding ways to make sure that we're harnessing and have zero judgment towards any of it, and that it's not hurting us, and that the din is, we must use the din to empower us. So the more souls are screaming right now and angry, we must not be in of it and see it as so pure, that we're pulling it through with purity. And I've never done this before, right? I am used to reverting to certain tactics of mama bear survival, and now I am not a part of that anymore. So the integration in the next 24 to 48 hours and weeks of, if I even am offered these timelines, like how I am to deal with it is so different from anything that I know, that it's like, fucking no, don't send me one right now. Give me some time to integrate. If anything, send me a little bit of master energy to help me integrate this. Give me more syncs. Give me more knowing, because I've never been here before. The softness that's asked of me that can't go back to hardness. Being sad or angry for 3 seconds, Danny, it's too much. It's so wasted right now. So wasted that I can't. I won't. Enough. You know? So I ask, I want to be surrounded with the greatest stuff. I've taken on a lot of timelines in a long time of certain things, so I need some purity to come through to empower me of being able to pull through the other stuff without being in it at all. So it's what's being asked is to completely there is no allowing for this anymore. It's just this. And, me know not what I'm doing. And me not have the words, and me not, me need the backup. Michelle, yeah, the conservation of energy, the flowing it towards what's best for the greatest good of the all. 1414 on the 13th. So like last night, I knew I wanted to honor Big Nick's. And he wanted to do it with all of us, or whoever was so guided to come in. But I knew that in the moment, it was stronger for me to do it alone, sending towards Danny certain things when I felt so guided, and that not bring forth an energy of something that wasn't for the best. I don't know if that makes sense, but rebirth, it's now. Exactly, it is now. And that's why salvation, that word, the intent behind it, whatever resonates for people, it's important. And I'm not going to decode it. It either feels and resonates or it doesn't. At some point, I'm just here to flow through stuff. People grab onto it or they don't. 4. Artemis. Always Artemis. Right by your side too, Danny. Artemis, the archer. Archers never made good kings because they fire first thing at everything. And that's the thing, is going from the archer that fires first to not. It's what's being fired out is so different, Danny. You made a video, Danny? Love comes softly. Shoulder to shoulder, Michelle. In order to fully embrace the intentions you have set in motion and your current conditions, it's important to seize the moment. Now is the time you can truly make your mark. Oh my gosh, so much mark and arc energy right now. There's no words for it. As the Greek goddess of the hunt, Artemis will help you guide your arrow. Oh yeah, when Artemis shows up, that's real. I've been on YouTube for 2 years, and anyone with the eyes to see knows Artemis follows me. That's that. Surrender yourself to the process of whatever is calling for your attention. Immerse yourself fully in whatever needs your focus, and allow yourself the experience of deep, abiding trust. If you aim true and your heart is open and pure, grateful for the bounty. Bounty. I love that word, bounty. That surrounds you. Your deepest desires will manifest before you as if like magic. Yeah. Before. Danny, thanks for writing that. I couldn't take it if it came any sooner. I'm gonna pop. Danny, I fully agree with that and resonate with that. Anything else comes sooner at me and I am gonna pop. There is a drip to the sands of time that needs to be honored, if that makes any sense at all. Me had to get into the water yesterday before sundown, Danny. And me getting into the water might not sound like a big deal, right? But I am not living right now where I can just jump in a shower and have a hot shower. So I need to boil water to take a bath. So me putting forth, and that's where I know to what point, right? First of all, I see to what point that I need the water to harness a certain part of me, but the knowing that this ain't just like, oh, 3D, I'm going to go turn on my faucet and have a fancy bath. It's like, fuck, no, I want a bath. I got to go make some effort for it, warm up some water and get that water hot because I need the bath now, but I got to wait another 20 minutes, half an hour to get into it. Yeah, Danny, stand and observe. And that thing in the middle might seem like it's not a woe is me. It's an eye opener of the space between when you know you need something and then when you just don't have it. And that's something that the gratitude of that and the knowing that space between when I'm warming that water is so different than someone else who, is not even thinking of how grateful they are for their own fucking hot water in the moment, right? And to what point that consciousness of what I need as a focus, because it might sound like nothing, Danny, but 4 trips of water to bring to the bathroom when you're flowing and channeling and feeling dizzy and you got waves of stuff coming through and everything is playing itself out everywhere on so many levels, and like the foot in the door of being grounded and anchoring it all. And with the bird's eye view of what's actually happening. That's this thing, is that this is so much bigger than us. And, other people, like, it's okay. I get it. Like, this is about you. This is about you as above, so below. That's great. It is. But other people have different roles. And it's not about me. It's not. It's about what is to come forth into fruition for the all. So, yeah, drip a drop of water. Water is beautiful. Been there. 2 coffee cans, one to rinse, one to wash. I even did laundry in my bath and hung it to dry. Yeah. Yeah, Danny. No support except Mother Nature. Yeah. Yeah. My support at this point is beetles coming out of my hair yesterday. Yeah, me is like gonna like be impressed because I love Mama right now. I do. But beetles crawling off of me because, Mama wants to show me I'm supported is like, that's a little much. That's a little much. Not right now. Because other type of certain things just is not a part of my timelines, right? So something's coming in for the support, a little too close, but it's there. Mama's everywhere. Trace B, I love you. Thanks for writing it out. Me too, honey. The energy got me last night. It was strong. It made me dizzy and sweaty. I had to stop and sit down and breathe in silence. Boom, Adib in bath. Just got in as you said it. Right on. Good. Anchor the energy. Harness it. If anything comes through for you that you hear, you know what I mean? I don't listen to a lot of live streams, MJ, but when I'm guided to be in a bath, sometimes it amplifies the synchronicities and the stuff flowing through. Like, legit. When we say water retains memory, it's real. Like, be ready for past life stuff. That's happened to me, listening to other people, and I don't integrate a lot of people. Maudib, you ain't been in my reality real long, but you pretty much know who I go listen to, right? So I can see myself about 2-3 weeks ago. I forget when, Maudib, you were in the stream. It was an SMS stream when he was just playing random music, and I was in the tub and just like just stuff coming through. It's crazy.
Are you talking about what happened yesterday with the
No, I'm not. I don't want to bring that up. Michelle, being a single mama for 7 years. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's disclosure of what it's like to bring children into this reality, right? You do it singly. And it takes a village to raise a child. So Danny says, I know, girl. Blood on the floor when it happened. Passing out in the bathroom. I only woke up to calling my mom 2 hours later to help. I know, Danny. 1 is a lonely number, but I did it. Yeah. It is hard years. And I think 3/4 of the hardness of it is the judgment. Right, Michelle? Because the judgment doesn't only just come from exterior, it comes from within. Your family judges you the most. And they can say they love you and they can say they don't, but they do. Because the reason you're a single mom is because in your reality, there's no exterior people to be caregivers with you. So, on some level, when you become that entity that feels that, because I was an empowered, separated mother after I left my husband, right? Even to a certain timeline until the last year of my reality, Chris and I were separated, but I did not feel like a single mom. I felt like he was a father and I was a mother, and we did what we could in the timelines of what were meant for us. So, meaning he was not there every day, but those 2 days every 2 weeks or whenever he could pop in were so full of what he brought into her and my reality of having 2 to 3 days of knowing she was safe somewhere else and coming back with what she needed, full of love, never made me feel like a single mom. The single mom part happens when there's absolutely no branches to hang on to and you have no support. or the support that's offered to you is full of judgment and limitations. You don't get what you need, you get what's offered. So what's offered isn't full of light and love and, gratitude, then I don't want it. Because someone telling me that they think they're really good to have spent time with my child can shove it up their ass. I need people who have gratitude and want to be with my child and who feel honored to have been in her presence. Because anybody telling me after they're done, whoa, I'm wiped, I need a break, or, I could only do this so often, bless you for being able to be a mom. You know what? Lily Rose isn't that kind of girl. Not at all. So anybody who doesn't honor the fact they spent 5 fucking minutes in her presence, I will stay the single mom a very long time and not even doing the best job at it sometimes because my attention span is maybe not always directed in a way it could be. But there's one thing for sure, is that there's zero part of me that wishes she was anywhere but here unless she's completely cherished when she leaves my presence. And that's just not a part of my reality right now. Right? That's it. So there's no such thing, Danny, as that 3D mom thing of I need a break, I need a girls' night out, because I don't need a break. I am on break all the time. Lily Rose is a part of me. I don't need a break from her. If she chooses, and if she has people she wants to spend time with and can, then she is fully right? She's spent 7 days. 2 days with me and then 5 days with my family. You know what I mean? It's not about me saying this. It's about having the opportunities. And that's it. So it's not a helicopter. I'm going to keep my kid to myself. It's like, if you can't fucking do the stuff, then no. Michelle, I would love to be Lily Rose's crazy auntie. Yeah, Danny, we rock and roll. Yeah. And that's the thing. Part of rocking and rolling, Danny, is that I was speaking to somebody the other day, and in his consciousness, just to put a timeline on who he is, he's a 74, 75-year-old person who's always been in a relationship no matter what. So not a 74-year-old person who's lived a life path of being in union with one, but union with many, never alone. And we were speaking openly the other day. He called me out of the blue, and we had a conversation where he spoke to me and listened to me, so. And then he's like, how can you stay alone for 4 years? What does that even mean? And there's men everywhere who would want. And I say, I know, and I am offered everything. But every timeline I have to spend getting away from, because there's always some sort of alcohol or dependence or telling me how I must live. So there's no point in me wanting everything that could be offered, because there's nothing offered that's worth taking away my time that's with just Lily Rose. So choosing to live timelines where I don't have the drama of what another person is going to bring into my reality to be safe with a house and a garden and everything that's mine, because I've already lived the puppet show of I've had so many houses and so much stuff and left it all behind that I already know that by, putting myself in a timeline, it's not for my highest good. I won't have that house when I'm done anyways if I don't stay. That will be taken away. I've had everything bought for me, but when I chose to leave, that didn't belong to me anymore, and I left it because that was for the easiest timeline, right? I'm programmed from an MK society that I'm a woman, I'm going to take from men. So what do? I do the opposite. I give. I give. And when too much is taken, I leave. And I leave what behind. Because I haven't enabled the timelines of being that person, I'm the opposite, right? Should I stay or should I go now? I'm gone. If I can't accept a situation, if I can't be in it, if it doesn't feel good and empowering, then I'm gone. And why would I want the stuff? Right? So I've had the business, I've had the house, I've had everything. Had I chosen different timelines, I would have it all still and more. But every single thing that I was ever offered and that was for my highest good wasn't pure if I would have taken it, in the moments that I would have. Right, Danny? You understand. Been there, done that. So, it's not that I didn't have the big fancy of certain things. It's that, okay, go, leave it behind. Right? Or fancy, whatever. Maybe not fancy be the word, but exactly, Danny. I never took anything but my clothes and my kids. Same. And then various pieces of furniture because my dad made them. That's what I do. Same. You fucking gotta run at some point, right? When it's like this and that's it. When you are offering a timeline of peace eternally for years on end and that timeline is not stepped into, we gotta step out of it. We can't keep on, we can't keep standing by my man and having the fucking everything done every fucking day. After 4 years, there's no growth, right? I can't do more, buddy. We don't need the stinking new starts. Yeah. And that's the thing, though, is that seeing the higher perspective of why I chose those timelines and I'd rather build and manifest from scratch, Danny. You know what I mean? And be offered from within to be completely empty and then allow to know what I'm to be guided to. Everything accumulates itself fast no matter what, Danny. I have a history of having nothing and then having it all. Everything that I need. So even in the timeline of November when I moved here, I sold all my stuff, all my furniture except for my hope chest, everything. So bedding, couch, everything appeared within 7 days. Right? I needed, and I didn't want to do that. In 2019 when I sold everything, I wanted to have nothing coming into the timelines of 2021. And then everything asked of me to get stuff again. And everything's just saying it's okay. Because somewhere in the timeline of I don't want this stuff, Danny. Me not want to be here. Me not want this stuff. So someday, me hope me just be gonna be able to just give it away. And somewhere in the timeline, someone's preparing to leave their reality and become the single mom. And me as the single mom's gonna be here's a bunch of free stuff, baby girl. What do you mean it's free? I got, here you go. And I've been doing this for years, so I already know that I manifest this. There's certain things that, you just know. I'm done with it today. You put it up for free, and there's a mom coming to get it with eyes wide open saying, I prayed for this. I needed this. And it's well, here you go. So that's the thing that keeps me sane here is if I had to gather it again, it's so somebody's going to come into it in a way that's going to ooh and ah them. Because the stuff I came into within 7 days is pretty much all antiques. Not perfect, but anybody kind of my style, gonna love it. I got my daughter already saying she wants that couch, you know what I mean? So whatever I was asked to reaccumulate when I thought you know, you asked me to be empty, I'm empty, and there you go, getting me to get another couch again. But the couch will serve someone else in some other timeline. Oh, Danny, when the kids run, mom goes. For me, it was different. For me, it's when the kid's body distracts someone else, I'm out of here. If a certain body figure can't be sustained in someone's reality, get the fuck out of my reality and I'm out of there. And, you know, it sounds really harsh, but when society is not choosing to empower themselves with their thoughts and their mind, and, you know, I made a beautiful daughter who has a shape that distracts, you know, people, because even feminine, I believe me, I'm not man bashing and saying that only men are distracted by breasts, women as well. So in the timeline of my reality, what's having the trinity of being 3 women, so it's a very easy game changer, somebody coming into my reality, right? You don't just got me. So that's a steady. Somebody watching me and they're all like impressed with this. Okay. But can you handle a 9-year-old energy as well? And a 20-year-old who is fucking hotter than her mama? Right? Because if you think the MK built the visual of the mama, you got no fucking idea what mama manifested of exactly what fucking triggers society. Big blue eyes, blonde hair, and the boobs. And I hate to say it that way. She would not like it, but it's the goddamn truth. That's it. You know? So right away, there's nothing that can be bypassed when you can't get through a trinity of 3 women with your eyes and your ears of what you say and what you are and what you be. You know what I mean, Danny? It's big. Yeah, you get it. I know you get it. You walk the walk every day. You get it. Right, sweetie? Let me get some circulation and figure out where we're gonna go. Wow, the light. Dance with the devil, indeed. Devil in blue jeans. Yes, Michelle Cannon-Free. The devil is in the details. And the details is the tales we tell ourselves. So what tales are we going to rewrite? Right? What tales are we going to rewrite? even the live streams. I would ask for your guys' help and support, guys that are here and that want to be here, right, Michelle? Like how you say, I missed us. I missed the sanctum part. Me too. But how do we elevate it together to bring it in forward into a new timeline? How do we bring it up together? You know what I mean? At this point, you know what I mean? And whether that be just making sure, just helping me make sure that the frequency always stays present and future, that we're not looping the same things, that we are consistently, consciously bringing this stream, because it's not just mine. I would not come up here and live stream if nobody commented. It's our stream. I'm just the person who presses on the first button. You guys choose exactly what flows. And that's why, like yesterday, like certain things, you know, if I, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Mary, are you listening? Danny, the devil wears high heels. Well, I ain't the devil because I cannot wear high heels. I'm hell on heels. $100 for a month due to a mysterious leak we can't even find. And I'm not paying that. Find me at the creek if you can anyways. Jeez. No kidding, Trace B. May that be resolved in a way that brings you not only not having to pay for it, but something resolving itself that brings in your favor. That is bullshitos. Completely. Yeah, Michelle, it's one of those days. I get it. Very high energy day, Michelle. Sending love and energy towards Nate for sure. She says I type more, but Nate, you get it. Yeah, I do get it. Thanks for writing it out, Michelle. Why? Because that's just it. And don't pretend it's all like just really easy and everything's sparkling right behind you. Right now, there's a child like screaming. And because of the energies coming forth, you know, it's big. He loves you. You're wrapping him with the most giggly, cherished energy coming towards his little soul. The uhs for Trace. I know. I totally get it. I didn't feel like you were Nate at all. I love it. Thanks for writing it out. That's exactly the way I was reading it. Michelle, exactly. Nate as well. Some days are easy and some days are not so much. LOL. Exactly. And that's the thing is, Michelle, you know, being conscious of how strong the energy is. And then when I come in and it's like, it's not about me and what I feel about the energy. It's like, if I feel full of shivers and I'm in and out, imagine someone who has zero knowing of what it is in the moment, like children, you know? So if I can come in and make any mom and dad feel like safer, or the ripple effect, because it's not about just who comes here, it's about the safety or feeling. When we're projecting the feeling of I feel safe today, your neighbors feel safer inside of their home. That's how big of a beacon we are right now. The safer and more comfortable we are inside of us, ripple effects without us having to go outside, knock on the door and say to the neighbor, I'm giving you good mojo, dude. You know what I mean? It just is happening on its own. So the knowing that the behind the scenes is happening, the more happy and the more you can sustain being honest about your frequency, because that's just it. The frequency of joy to me is sustained through truth. So it doesn't offend me or hurt me if someone is real in the moment. It brings me joy to hold space for someone. Does that make sense? So that's the thing of when somebody's not coming to want to be enabled, But coming from a place of truth of like, I'm having a really hard day, da 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 is happening, I still feel joy because I am allowed to help that person either see it in a different way or say a joke about it that, like, some people's bad day, like me, I'm sorry, but what my worst nightmares are and what my bad day is some other people's biggest joke, right? So what stresses me out, me telling somebody can actually make them laugh because what is stressing me out is something that either somebody else has completely surpassed or never been through, but sees through another perspective that can roll something funny into it. So just anything can become something else once seen from a different perspective. Always. No matter what. Always. So even just that time, Michelle, when you came in and you said, I'm gone. He's doing what he's doing in the living room and I'm in the bedroom. I'm hiding in the bedroom. And when I'm sitting there telling you, you're safe. You're so safe. And he's safe. Good for you. And then you said, I'm eating chocolate. And then who mentioned chocolate was an aphrodisiac? You know what I mean? And so I'm making you, who's hiding from Nate, who's having his little thing that he needs to get out, and you're giggling in your bedroom, pretending that you're having orgasms of chocolate, when like 5 minutes ago, you just wanted to you didn't even know what to do. And then 5 minutes later, you're in your bedroom giggling because you're eating chocolate and we're making sex jokes that are not hurting anybody or offending anybody on any timeline. Right? So we can actually go there and talk about and giggle about something taboo like sex. Chocolate, cross-legged in the bedroom, hiding from a hissy fit that, full circles into him being fine because he was allowed to live what he lived while you kept and brought yourself up. Right? So imagine the mother that goes, because we've all done this, and if you don't want to put up your hand and say, I've done this, imagine the mother that goes from locking yourself in the bathroom and feeling ashamed. There's nobody in the world. I can tell right now that I'm going nuts, that my kid is driving me crazy, and that I want to scream and pull out all my hair. There's nobody in the whole world that I can tell, and I'm ashamed of myself that I feel this because kids are beautiful and kids are the way. Guess what? They're not. Not at all times. Sometimes you want to rip out your hair. And guess what? Being able to tell one person for real and that they're not judging you and that they're saying, hey, I can help pull your hair with you, honey. I get it. The proof of me surviving me and my daughter's adolescence is I can actually tell other people who were in a ball wanting to never ever look at their child again. Yep, you're gonna look at her by the end of the day and you're gonna love her again. No, me not like my kid right now. Me not like her at all. That's okay. You're allowed to not like her right now, but you'll love her later. Because the accepting of oh my God, this is real. It's not fucking funny. It's not funny every 5 minutes being a mom. You want to glorify that? Don't glorify that, but turn it into something funny. Don't make it this shameful thing. Turn it into something funny. Oh my God, of course I remember the cross-legged on the floor. That was important. That was important. Because imagine, now no matter what, Michelle, you are imprinted with that timeline of when Nate goes and has something, your first instinct is to know, is he safe or not? That's it. As a mom, he has his things he's going through, even if he's just a kid, even if he's just 5-6 years old. And so in the moment of the first scream of real anger from him, your first thing is he safe? Because if he is, then you can turn around and start giggling with chocolate. That's it. You don't even need to have chocolate in your possession, but you can grab that inside of you and just say, it's all chocolate right now. Chocolate. I'm rolling in orgasms. Oh yeah, I am. you're fucking making all this shit up. Why? So you don't hear him screaming anymore, because he's not stopping. He's not stopping. But you found something inside to harness onto that's different than before. The shame of before is washed away. Like, you can still try to grab onto that shame, Michelle. You can try. But there's a part of me inside of you finding a way to pull you out of that shame and say nothing you think right now is wrong. It doesn't matter how mad or how you feel at Nate. You're allowed to feel that. It's going to pass through. You know that. So what can you grab onto? Me inside of you making you like imprinted that he's going to live that and it's not going to hurt you anymore. It's not going to hurt anymore. So now the more that Mama Bear Michelle doesn't feel hurt by all these things, they become less and less in reality because they don't become a thing. And there's no shame in you, Michelle. And if there is, then let's help leak it away. There's no shame in you that you're bringing this into Nate's reality, that he's acting up like this, because you're spreading the love with us. And you know that love is coming back. So we're actually helping Nate anchor into his best timeline, because he's feeling everything that's happening everywhere, that you as an adult are still coming into terms of actually understanding that it's real. You know? It is real. It's real. It's real. It is real. So, you know, we're not all fully healed and fucking perfect and everything's like shits and giggles. We are in integration every day, Michelle, as anchors, who we are. So the ripple effect of all this integration, it's beautiful if you inside of you switch to the fact that I'm so glad Nate screams fucking half the time, because I would be screaming and I can't. You know? And that there is the time where the peace that's coming around will make it that he won't need that anymore in his reality. You know, I feel it and I know it, and I know that it's always lighter. It becomes lighter, not heavier. Loves you. Michelle, validation here. Thank you, sweetness. Yeah, validation. Just give that validation away. As a mother, to empower any other parent, any other caregiver to know it's okay to feel like you want to rip your hair out. It's not funny. I had a mom on the beach this summer, 5 kids from her body that she had running around the beach from age not even 2 to not even 10. 5 different little spirits being themselves. It did not take 10 minutes for me to not even wait till she looked at me and to say straight to her, "You are the bravest woman I've seen all day. 5 of those little monkeys running around and you are really trying to give them all what they need. Bravo, Mama." And I said, "If you need to hold down the reins, I'm here to help." And she looks at me and she knew what I meant by that. What does that mean? She's got 5 kids all squawking at her for something. And it's the oldest one acting up, taking her attention the most. So she can't pay attention to the little one because the oldest one is just taking over control of everything. Of all her timeline, he's taking over control. So I gave her the thumbs up that I'm watching your baby deal with the big boy. And so she did. Knowing that she could focus, like boom, her attention there, give exactly, whoa, how are we going to pull this together? Because we just got to the beach, there's 5 of ya, and 5 little monkeys, excited to be on the beach. It's a beautiful thing. It's what makes memories, right? But everybody gets a part of the timeline of the building of the memory, and that mom had no backup in that moment. So her having the fixed attention of knowing, and then the seeing that I'm not sitting there judging her when she's going to squawk at all 5 kids differently in the next few hours, because she's got to do what she's got to do. There's no judgment. None. And that is huge because a mom walking out of a van with 5 kids, you can be sure that she's heard it all. She's heard it all. And she's fucking sick of it. She's fucking sick of hearing she's got half a baseball team. What she would like, what would be beautiful is, hey, can I help you mount the stroller? Can I help you mount that stroller? Because you got 4 kids to keep your eye on, 1 kid to harness in that stroller, but you got to take the stroller out of the van and build it. Because none of the kids is strong enough to help you. So instead of judging that mama, how do you help? Right? When's the last time you saw a single mom with a fucking cart overflowing because it's her one day to go do groceries, and you watch through the parking lot how many people are doing that by themselves and not one goddamn person says, can I help you? Can I help you lift those bags because you have a baby and maybe you had a C-section 4 weeks ago and you're not even allowed to lift those bags? Right? Kindness matters. Seeing others for like, with helping. Oh, Anita, I'm so glad you're here. I've been rambling on for hours waiting for you to come in. I was not going to stop streaming till you came in today, sweetie. How's your day going? Yes, favor is yours, Trace. I'm going to rewire that timeline to make it the best in your favor. $600, that's a nice number to roll around into something different. 369. No more Dave. Okay, I asked my mom to bake it in that pan with a hole in the middle, but it was my idea 3 days ago. I love those cake pans with the holes in the middle, Modiv. Michelle, I live for giggles. Literally, yeah. And Michelle, I was holed up with you guys with dark chocolate and almonds. Yeah. Remember, too, I said integrate Josh into this Final Fantasy in your afternoon. Suck all the chocolate off, leave him at the door with a little bit of salt and say, here, baby. He's been sucking on you all day long. Woo! Little bit of action. Oh, I love you. Michelle says, dude, in the mall the other day, an autistic boy was having a meltdown on the floor in the mall, and I approached the mom and had to give her love and acceptance in that moment. Oh, so hard, this mom life. Yeah. I've been at the door of an activity where I painted. I was doing the face painting that day, and I face painted the child, and he was so calm. And when it was time to go, he was holding on to the door, to the arena door, like a spider monkey, right? That action of I'll hold on and the push and pull. And by that time, you know what I mean? An experienced mom, she wasn't pulling on him. She was standing beside the door. And in the moment where, it wasn't most powerful for her to talk, she was taking the breather break. And I came through the door and I saw her and I said something to her, and, she got that validation of the understanding that, somebody's not judging by what's going on at the door, and the understanding that, wow, like, the full circle of the whole activity wasn't able to full circle itself all without the intensity for the caregivers, Michelle, right? So one of the biggest things, Michelle, for someone in your type of situation with an autistic child is when you allow yourself to go do something and everything went so amazing that you're floating because it went so amazing, and then the crash happened so fast that you were taken off your rocker because it was going so well. The guard was let down. So meaning that look in the mom's eye, when the activity went so good that, you were walking out the door without thinking that anything more was going to happen. And then the door got grabbed and the whole, everything changed. So the ripple effect of what it feels like, right? It's okay that it feels like something. Michelle says, I was sharing a meme about our magic. He fell, screaming, crying, holding his back. I immediately went into healer mode, laid hands on his back, It was the most intense 2 minutes of my life. Yeah. I was shaking and out of breath for 2 hours afterwards. Thank you, Michelle, for mentioning it and writing it down. Again, an untold truth of when you're in energy and when you just are in you're just going somewhere and then all of a sudden, boom, the mode is on. You're on and you're in healer mode. And how after there's no there's no backstage, like, let's talk about this and let's get you through it. It's just your whole body is integrating what it's like to have just exchanged energy and fulfilled a soul contract, right? Because it's bigger than just, oh, I was somewhere and I did this. It was like you just fulfilled a soul contract that has been, depending on how long the shivers will take me to expire or flow themselves through after, Michelle, sometimes I'll get in my awareness of just how long that soul contract was meant to be. So meaning some soul contracts of me having the interactions that I'm going to have that leave me in a ripple effect of shaking after is because that's the one thing that needed to happen so that I'm allowed to leave a town, a region, a house, or a place, or a person, or a thing. So that's how big it was, written in the stars, that on whatever timeline, whatever day, whatever time, I was meant to bring forth healing, truth, or witness, depending on, right? Depending on what part is asked of me in that soul contract. But it's a release into bigger things. So when we allow ourselves to actually exchange energy that pivots someone into something else, we also get an up level of something. So the integration of what it feels like, of not really having witness to this, that we're learning everything on the fly, making up these new maps as we go along, Michelle, is huge. It's huge. It's a freaking huge. I may not have better words for it than that right now. You know what I mean? Magneta, don't be sorry you slept. Me glad you were sleeping, beauty. Yeah, Michelle says, Anita, we mentioned you earlier. Knew you'd be here. Yeah, me needed that. Yeah, Michelle, yes. My heart for that mama and the mama on Target a few months ago. She was crumpled on the floor crying. Exactly. And that's just it. When you get to the end of something where you can't wait to get home, where your body can't wait to get home, to be in the bathroom crying, and your body just is releasing it in public, think of what witness you have been asked to bring to that person, right? For myself, in one timeline, when I was speaking earlier about how it's my choice to go into realities where people are wearing masks. Why? So I can help them. It's not about me being panicked by what people are choosing as a reality. It's about me allowing myself to be guided into realities where I can help others. So meaning, I know, and universe knows, and everybody around me knows that I don't care. I won't wear a mask if I don't want to. But other people aren't at that stage yet. So me being in a reality and putting myself forward where I speak to people or just exchange energy brings them into the awareness without me teaching them or telling them of certain things. So I've been brought into collective timelines, Michelle, where I'm actually telling other people, do you realize you stand here in front of the door telling people they have to wear a mask, but do you realize that behind the mask, people are scared? And saying to somebody, what would you do if somebody passed out? Because the people that I'm brought to tell me, I've been doing this for 6 months and nobody's passed out yet. But I'm there to implant in them. I'm not there to wish it's going to happen to them. Not at all. That's not how the genie of me works. Me is brought there to implant in their reality. What will you do if it does happen? Because if you never considered that could happen, I'm here to bring into your awareness that it could. Because when it does, that little me that passed through 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 days, 2 hours before, and I'll never know because I'm not a part of the next timeline, but I'm part of the timeline to seed the awareness that you need to be on the ball, Joe. Your game is up leveling. You've been at the door for 6 months telling people what to do, but nothing ever happened for you to assume responsibility for telling somebody what to do. Right? Because that's the ripple effect of what we're living, is that people couldn't all quit their jobs or say, no, I'm not wearing this mask overnight. We had to collectively reach the spot where others can do that, so we would have the services to live in the in-between. So we manifested a slow drip of a year and going into more of lockdowns, so that people can make choices in a way that we didn't manifest a collective chaos, apocalyptic scenes where we're running for food, trying to hurt each other for food. People are working and providing the services to offer us the safe timeline. But we planted seeds the whole time that these timelines are not going to be sustained. So what are the choices, hang on, that people are going to make? So yeah, it's great that people have been standing there in the middle of a store telling people what to do and nothing ever happened. But soon, the ripple effect will be brought into the reality. If that makes any sense at all. Whoa, my foot's so asleep. Oh my God. Hang on, I gotta just like, whoa. Oh my God, what do you need from me? I'm like dizzy coming to you.
The cat doesn't like his litter box anymore.
Did you pick that up?
No, I think it did.
Oh my God.
I knew I was smelling something.
You're lucky you didn't step in it.
I know. I opened my curtain before I was possibly on the ground. I was like, what is that? I opened my curtain and I was like, I don't think he likes his litter box anymore.
Me swear, me can't even do a live stream without picking up poop. I don't know what happened, but
He
the
doesn't
cat
like his litter box
evacuated and it reached
I
all.
knew I smelled
Stop
something.
screaming at me.
He's sitting on my bed like.
So the cat brought the poop all the way into the bedroom, and I gotta go pick it up. Ain't my bedroom, ain't my monkeys. It's always my circus around
When's
here.
the last time you changed it?
I'll change it when I do. Thank you. I really don't think it has to do with the litter box, honey. I think it has to do with, remember, you know, some things have hairs that attach. So one of them, yeah, hair.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Oh, jeez. I've clicked my heels my whole life and walked in figure eights backwards, and it hasn't gotten me anywhere. He was in the bathroom once in tears, and he tried clicking my heels 3 times to go home. Me beloved so hard, but he was still here. And that's not even a joke. I have done that many times. I have done every fucking trick of every movie, even the clicking the heels as I skip sideways to the left, to the right. I've even clicked my heels like just going up and click, going up and click, like a fucking Irish dancer. Click, click, click. Yeah, no joke. The whole wiggling the nose thing and being somewhere else is not working for me either, Chase. Okay? It's just not. It's just not. Michelle says, yeah, my God, that woman was in checkout, crouched down, head in hands, drenched in sweat. And I noticed when I put my hand on her back. Yeah. Yeah. Michelle, I skipped on my walk and thought of you. Aw, that's awesome, honey. guess I was supposed to pull a crystal once a few minutes ago, and I just ended up stirring the cards all that time too, eh? Triple. Crow. 1 and 7. Co-create with spirit. Hummingbird. Be here now. 3 and 4 is 7. White and the black with the color in between. It's exactly how it came out. The dove. 21. 2 and 1 is 3. Trinity. Be peace. The black, the white, and the color in between. That's important. That is so important. Know thyself. Show your true colors. Be focused in your attention. Love is all around. Let it shine. Yeah, the crows too. He's just missing the swan right now. He's just missing the swan. Believe in yourself. 5 and 7. And it is time to heal. Let go. Shed the skin and the layers. You can't keep crawling back into your own fucking old snake skin. You can't. Can ya? I suppose you can. People are already proving you can stay in the old skin forever. That's free will. Yeah, Michelle, catch shit? No bueno. No bonito. No. And that's just it. He probably got one of my hairs. I shed more than Lily, so he's probably just got one of my hairs, and that was in his tract, so just it stuck to his butt, right? It's got nothing to do with the cat litter per se. If poop is stuck to his butt, it has nothing to do with the cat litter. So many hummingbirds lately. Hummingbird sinks. Right on. I have not seen one in my reality. There are enough other creatures of things that it's probable that they are around. I'm in a neighborhood with cedars with a lot of, like I'm watching day by day the robins build their nest and the blackbirds, the gackles, I guess they're called. I had looked that up for Alex the other day. Gackles, I think they're called. So that's what's prevalent here. So I don't plan on putting out a hummingbird feeder. I'm not that kind of girl. I know you would think like I'm a feeder type of girl, but I don't tend to bait nature unless guided. Meaning I'm not here to bait things to come towards me, but if I'm guided, then I'm there to be the in-between of what they need. So for me, in my reality, how I am, where I'm located, everything is here. So it's not for me to like put out a hummingbird feeder unless it's guided of me. The neighborhood has already been here since before I got here, depending on how many feeders are already here and depending on what's sustained already of nature. Me putting out more doesn't help a hummingbird. It actually puts a program into them to come back. When I'm not attached, I don't live here, and there's no point in me programming myself into a hummingbird's reality unless they are asking me, right? Which is how I choose to work with nature. I only feed if asked or guided. I move certain things off the side of the road when asked and guided as well. All those things, the harmony of the circle of life is really important to me. So just it's important as long as well as the free will of others. So as beautiful as it was that G above chose to put apples and deer feed on his lawn last year, I thought it was worthless for him to do that. That was his choice, though, his land and him wanting to do that. I already knew that the deer were coming to my window and all around at all times. I didn't need to bait them more. The way that he baited them so much, I actually spent a year protecting the animals that come, because he was baiting and wanting to see deer, but then he was angry when he attracted raccoons and put out cages to kill them. So him wanting to see deer with his eyes to get off on that, but attracting other things made it that gave me more of something to kind of guide the circle of life. Meaning, the raccoons are coming. They're not meant to be caged and killed by him every night. And so, because he has the wish to see one thing is going to bait it, the other things that made him angry. So the cycle of what he was bringing into the reality of what's close to me is, oh, I'm going to do something beautiful and feed the deer, but then if anything else comes, I'm going to kill it. At one point, he even spoke of putting out bird feed in the trees to kill the birds so they wouldn't come eat the bird feed, the deer feed that was on the ground. And it was like, what the fuck are you even talking about? You can't kill something in the tree to attract something else here. Like, what the fuck? And that's the reality, of stuff, right? People want birds, so they put bird feeders out, but then people are angry at squirrels and kill them on their land because the squirrels are stealing the birds' food. So somebody decides, I'm going to put food outside, but then I get to choose what gets it. Yeah. So people get angry around here at the blackbirds or at blah, blah, blah birds, like, right? Because they're not in a hierarchy of beauty. So people want to attract the blue jays because they're beautiful, but then they get mad because the blackbirds come instead. I know. Fuck. I just, like, it's such a, I can't even figure out half this world and what, like, just doesn't make sense. Yeah, the crows are super prevalent. Your dog eats your hair all the time, Anita. You get it, eh? You lose so much hair every day. It's crazy. Me too. Lots of hair every day, but in sustained ways. And just, yeah, it's crazy real. I pass through because my DNA is somewhere. I feel bad for people's couches sometimes if I don't take a minute to rake behind me after I go, because you can be sure if I got in your pickup once, you're going to find a hair of me in there somewhere. Me not mean to, but it's a reason too as well, Anita, why I just don't get in anybody's vehicle, and I just don't put myself in any situation to not leave my DNA behind unless I'm meant to. Right? Me won't even go pee somewhere unless I'm meant to, and me will follow guidance when me is asked to go pee somewhere. Because it's important. Right? As above, so below. Everything of us is an energy and a frequency. We're guided to every single thing we do. Water retains memory. Every time we go pee, whatever we so choose to do with it becomes a part of the land on one way or another. Exactly, Anita. My hair's everywhere I have been. Same. Ooh, Anita. Normal is about 60 to 100 hair loss a day. That would make sense. I wouldn't count because I would just get bored. Oh, I would get bored. I would get lost in the numbers, not bored. Right? But time to look at your hair too. People, if you haven't looked at your hair in the sun, and really the awareness of the crystalline, just the when you're looking at your hair in the sun. You can do it with other lighting. It will work depending on where your eyes are at. But the connection to your hair will give you activations. And you will see things in your hair that you never thought you would see before. Right? But we're on an acid trip in the 80s and you think you saw stuff. Open your eyes to what's you have of you naturally now. I throw this out there randomly, but who's actually looking at their sparkles right now in their own skin? Whether you have any lighting or not, or any sun, just find the sparkles in your skin. the exterior of how other people are growing and what other people are choosing as masks, step away from looking at that. Fascinate yourself with your own sparkles and where you're at in your layers of your crystalline DNA being activated. Right? We don't just say we glow, we really are glowing. We don't just use certain analogies of sparkles and certain things, we are them. The bubbles in our hair, it's like DNA strands, brought to life, like in plain sight. Yeah, Michelle, it is kind of crazy to think about. And I am talking about it to redirect our focus. Why? To stop focusing on what's the stuff that can happen in society to make us, closer, stronger, or come together, but to start knowing self more. The more we start to be fascinated with the actual process that's happening of us, and that we feel stronger and more just like, this is concrete, this is real, like, this is not a cream that I put on, all of it. You start to be more focused on the magic of you, and not in a vanity way. It's not vanity and pride of like anything of the ego. It's the awakening of self. And that awakening of self is what will propel us into different timelines. Right? Nita, you have seen the crystalline in your son's hair in the sun. Exactly. A lot of why we see the crystalline in our children first or our animals is because we have a free flow, open, boom, like awe and wonder. I love my dog. I love my kid. And so it's very easy. We're not judging our kids' hair for being 5 years old, 20 years old, 10 years old, or our dog's hair because their dog's hair is having gray. It's just a free flow of love. Whereas if you take your own hair and you start to look at it, then you're like thinking, my hair's dirty, my hair's this, my hair's that. It's like, no, Joe. Back up the train and look at your hair as if it was your son's hair or your dog's hair. Zero judgment. Your hair is fine. If you're out and about and you didn't wash your hair, it's fine. Right? It's fine. Hi, Scully's House of Thrillers. Dude, that's so cool you would pop in today. There's a Sully's. There's no C. SULLY thing not far away around the corner in my reality. And when I drove by it yesterday, I think it was yesterday, whatever, the last time I drove by, yesterday or the day before, when I drove by, I saw the C as if it was coming out at me with a C. The Scully was there, and then I did a double take and I looked at it and I was like, whoa, Scully's right here, thinking of you. Even if I don't know your channel or you a lot, you're still present in like the names of my synchronicities already, Scully. And so I was thinking of your channel and you, and then I looked and then the C was gone. It wasn't really there. It was just so I would think of you. 15:24 Eastern Time, 15:25 now. Yeah, good question. Michelle says, Anita, what's your dog's name? Yeah, so many colors in dogs and animals. Exactly, Michelle and Anita. Eh? Dexter? Oh, you kidding? Yeah, that's right. I think you told me that before. Dexter. Dexter's a huge sync for me. Just the Dex of cards. Dexter. One of my best friends, lifelong true blue friends, is a Dexel. Dexter. Drexel. Drexel is the name of the bad guy in one of my favorite movies. Drexel. X marks the spot. X marks the spot. Boom. Jade. We just drew Jade in the last 24 hours. The name, Jade. Boom. 2 and 7. 7 and 2 is 9. I was saying earlier I'm a 7-2. Me's a 7-2. 7 and 2 is 9. 3, 6, 9. Jade. Aid. Aid and assist. Aid and assist. Protect. To protect is to aid others. Jade. The green. Green means go. Oh, it's not even the right book. You got the wrong book. Boom. Scullies. Are you kidding me? My daughter's middle name is Jade. Boom. Nice one. That's awesome. Thanks for writing that down. That's a cool sync. Cool sync. Yeah, beautiful. She's a nurse taking care of you? Oh, right on. We was just talking about service to self or service to others and caring for others earlier in the stream. Jade, 27, treasures within, consciousness of abundance, recognizing that you are more than enough. Even the smallest crystal has the power to transmit energy, channeling information from the conscious universe. Electronic equipment contains crystals so small you might not even realize that they are there. So too, do you have hidden strengths you may be overlooking? Treasures within that can give you strength and courage as you break free. As you break free from the chains, from the past, and venture into the unknown. Shed the skin. Into the unknown. Boom. My older daughter is a Jade too. Oh man, I wish I had taken a picture. I drew Jade, Patton, and Julie, but I gave them away before I took pictures of the names that I drew. But the Jade has been in my reality a lot. It's back and amnesia issues that you have, Scullies. Thanks for saying that. And venturing into the unknown for sure. Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you, Anita. Sending you healing, Scully. I as well. And for the one thing for amnesia, anything that has to do with memory, is that's the one thing that we have control to be easy on ourselves about. Oh, anemia. Ooh, I get it. Anemia, lack of iron in the blood cells. Oh. Well, I can help with that. Let me send you healing and balance and flow within your blood cells. I don't know why I read amnesia. I know. I've had anemia, well, 3 times in my life actually. I understand the parts of it. Me is because of pregnancy, but I understand that. Yeah, House of Thrillers, maybe amnesia too. Yeah, I find that we're all too hard on what we want to remember and what we think we need to remember. So I was just going to say be easy on yourself. Because memory is a fucking mind fuck of a trap. Memory is part of the biggest program that we're under, is that I don't have to remember anything like anyone else anytime. And it doesn't take away from my credibility. Like, it doesn't take away from somebody's credibility to me. If somebody's in a free flow of a sentence, in mid-sentence, can't remember what they said, that doesn't take away from anything. If anything, someone just flowing and keeping on talking about whatever else and not hanging on to the fact that we, you know, when we have an expectation that I started saying this, I'm going to finish, and not feeling bad or guilty or anything, that, oh, I'm just not supposed to say it. I love that feeling. I love when flow just keeps on flowing. Don't get attached to remembering a name. Have you ever sat there and watched somebody try to remember a name for 5 minutes? Somebody's telling you a story. Think of how much this happens in your 3D reality. Somebody's telling you a story, and instead of just stopping because they can't remember the name, instead of telling the story, and they got to sit there and remember the name in front of you and go through their whole fucking library of their life trying to remember one name so they can tell you a story. And it's like, buddy, I don't even want to know the story right now. Like, fuck. Children are being born in China as I sit here and fucking watch you try to remember a name. What the fuck do I care if his name was Joe Bob fucking with a T at the end of his name? I'm never going to meet him. So the attachment that people have sometimes to wanting to, or, you know, like, just stop. Stop. It will come. Like, oh my God. That drives me crazy. It's hard, Anita. It's hard to sit there and like, okay. Anita, oh, you get it too, eh? Iron poisoning when I was pregnant. Too much iron. Yup. Me gets it. Mm-hmm. Scully's, and the vertebrae has been pressing on my aorta. Arteries supplied to my legs with blood. So that got the pressure off my aorta. Thanks for sharing, Scully. It's good to share. We're all healers that can empower and help each other. Yeah, Anita, I nearly died. Yeah, too much iron for sure. Me gets it. Oh, me gets it. These treasures can serve as talismans to remind you that you have enough and you are enough, for you are stardust, the stuff of galaxies, a light being with every quality present in the universe. Goodness, bravery, love, you name it, it's there. Jade Spirit has arrived to tell you don't underestimate yourself. You have so many facets, so many assets to share and grow. Whatever eludes you, open up to the bounty the conscious universe says, wait, where did this even come from? It was there all along. Qualities formerly concealed from view will be made visible to you now, so you can use them for healing, growth, and co-creating whatever your heart desires. That's important. To really consciously believe that the dormant DNA is coming online. And then once it does come online, that you actually flow with it. A lot of people, the dormant DNA has so come online that you might not even be taking the time to go buy markers or crayons or paper, but it's coming to you. So divine intervention is making things come into people's reality that it's like, what? I don't know how to use this, or what? I've been thinking about using this, but I never do it. Or I always am walking by this aisle and I want to buy it, but I never buy this. It's going to happen more and more. And that's the thing. It's a part of programming yourself to help lower your veins to ask. Ask. There's a part of you that inside is still not quite sure, so ask, what is my dormant DNA, and can things start to come into my reality so that can be triggered awake? So if you're not conscious enough to be guided and go get what you need, ask for it to come for you. Right? Don't just sit there and say, I can't do anything. Ask. May the materials of what I need come into my reality and I'll just do it. Surrender to just doing it. Because there's people that have been gifted stuff for like over a year now and still have not picked up certain things. And I know because I'm part of the gift givers. Everything we've ever asked for, especially if we're in the community, especially if we say we're of tribe, has been hand delivered to you on silver platters in certain ways. And you have not, or did not, or are not taking, or have taken the chance and the liberty to open the stuff and to step into it. Everybody that listens to certain frequencies of certain channels has been seeded and watered for years now. So the choice of opening those things is, it's just resistance now. So a little bit of what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream, a part of not enabling somebody right now is not allowing somebody to come to you and say, I got no gifts. Okay, then sing. What do you mean sing? I can't sing. Well, no, you think you can't sing. You've been told you can't sing forever. So sing. But I can't. Well, no, you're telling me you can't. You're telling me you have no gifts. You're telling me like nothing is available to you, but I've sent you drawings for 6 months now and you not colored one. I've been here for 6 months now to be the ear ready to hear you put out anything else than whining about people wearing masks, but you haven't brought it out. Other people have been in place to collaborate with specific people, just sitting there saying, are you ready? We're ready. But people aren't taking the opportunities. So the enabling within the community of the enabling of the judgment, of the not having, of the lack, is going to come into a lot of full circles in the next weeks as well. Of just the reality of like, just do something. Just anything. Do you want to empower yourself and you don't know how? Go film your sky. Don't even edit and add music. And write a title in a YouTube vid. And that's enough showing yourself to start to at least be participating and not being in victim mode of nobody's going to look at me. Right? There are channels like Michelle, you remember, how many subs did you have before you put out your first vid? You accumulated the path for years to already have a channel that was ready for you to put out a vid and to have an audience. And it's not because you were in resistance, not doing everything right, and you should have, could have, would have made a video before. You weren't meant to. But when you stepped into the timeline, now you're on your fourth or fifth video, Michelle, I can't remember. Fourth or fifth. Your timelines, you paved the way for years of just being loved, that people were going to sub you anyways, even if you have no content, that now that you have content, there's a purity of comments already supporting you and supporting others through your channel. Right? You already know right now, you're not going to take time every single day away from Nate and your reality to make a vid. But gosh darn, Michelle, every time I'm on a pause and I'm not pumping out and I'm not there supporting and I can't be the round table, boom, Michelle steps up and makes a video in that timeline. Not because me is saying, Michelle, you need to go step up, I can't do this today, but because Michelle just knows today's the day that I'm going to do this. So we're all empowering each other by doing the stuff when it's time. Does that make sense? I know, Anita. So glad me and my son are okay. Yeah. Sammy was very yellow as well when he came out. So he had jaundice to a certain point. Scully, to lay down and not get back up is disgrace. There's some people who just can't get back up, Scully, and it's okay. But it's the allowing ourselves to lay down makes us stronger to get up. That's the way I see it, right? So if I'm brought to my knees and, you know, I can't see straight, allowing myself to have that and to be completely emptied of everything so that I can get back up empty, not full. Fully allowing to lay down, just lay it all, just give it up, abandon, surrender, to get up empty and rise and fill as I rise, right? Fill as I rise. Exactly, Michelle. I think I had 315 before I made a vid, and it's your 5th. Chase, what are your thoughts like? Do they need turning? Resonate the frequency of thoughts, and you're circulating and connecting. Exactly. And that's the thing is, when you mentioned the other day, Chase, I'm conscious of what I'm doing, but I don't always understand it in a way to describe it. But you made me really realize that for 2 years, I send videos of music to people. I usually will send videos that have only lyrics to not imprint people's reality with anything, but I send videos to people. And it really, when you said it changes the algorithms of other people's stuff. So, you know, it made me really realize that people whose algorithms are full of things that are fear and projection based, but if they so choose to immerse themselves in those 2 or 3 types of videos that I will send, that is not fear based at all and full of like just love and purity and like funny or giggles or just music, serenity, that helps somebody change their algorithms without preaching. Me's not ever tell anybody to go watch anything. You don't have to. Me is gifting you a song. Like there's people I've gifted songs like almost every day or every week, no matter what, for years. And that do it for me. So that, you know what I mean? And that's why I don't just because somebody loves me, send me a video, press on it, because then that person loves me, wants me to learn about something, but that's not part of my timelines. I'm not going to go change my algorithms. And I have changed my algorithms because of being insouciant, lacking of knowledge of, oh, you know, this is like so and so and they love me, so this has got to be good for me. They know me. And press on it and being like completely on my knees and then texting like, how the fuck could you send me this shit? Like, fuck, ask SS if anybody's gotten the brunt of it all for 2 fucking years. Saturnian sun. Brother, we're like this. We are so different that he still always manages to send me something that's, why the fuck are you sending me this? I won't focus attention on this. But for him, it's his stuff of his path of what awakened him and what pivots him. So he's not trying to attack me or hurt me or trigger me, because these are the things that help him elevate and make him empowered from his perspective, but not from mine. So, you know, being careful with what we implant into our reality is where our thoughts will go, always. Anita, the crows are with you at the moment. Scully, I'm gonna rewire that, sweetie. I agree with that, but where you say I have to treat myself like a drill sergeant and get my legs moving in the morning, I completely resonate with that, but add or integrate with that I need to be my own bestest mommy energy of the nurturing, allowing that it's okay, certain things, like treating yourself like the drill sergeant of a mom who will do everything that's good for you, but the nurturing that maybe you never had, I never got that, we never, you know what I mean, of the nurturing. So that harnessing of that inner feminine of nurturing yourself to get out of bed with the drill sergeant. Because just the drill sergeant is going to drive you nuts after a while. You need the cherish and we don't know what the cherished is, Scully, we didn't have enough of it. So if you have a memory of what it's like to be cherished, even for a few minutes, of a grandmother figure or an angel coming into your life and just being sweet and kind and telling you it's okay, that this is like the hardest day ever right now. It's okay. Allowing that nurture piece is like, I don't know, it's an elevator of something else. And I know because I am of tough love. I will drill sergeant my ass to survive anything, Scully. But I never nurture myself to pull myself out. And since I have begun to nurture, it helps a lot. And you understand what I mean. You did meet an angel in Amsterdam in 1995. Good. I'm glad if you got just enough of it to understand what it is. That's good, Scully. Yeah. Anita, thank you. Sending you comfort in resting and loving yourself and what you need at each moment. I see your heart, Trace B. I love you. Yeah, Michelle Cannon Free. Softness. Me is teaching myself softness like all the time. I know I look like a feminine package and I'm sweet. I am naturally sweet, but I'm not soft. I've not been taught softness. I've not had it. So I'm teaching that to myself all the time. Always. Me not know how to be vulnerable. Me not know how to open my heart. Me is teaching myself that every single day. And I know you think like, but your heart's the openest heart I've ever seen, Genevieve. And it's like, yeah. Because I consciously am choosing every single day to harness that part of me when everything wants me to have it shut down. Every day. Like especially now, where I thought it was going to get easier, and when the heart blows open, that you have only things to help it blow open, is the opposite. So, you know, it's a conscious effort all the time to choose love. To choose love. Oh, Scully, thank you for reminding me it's okay to rest. I'm really tired. Yeah, Scully. And right now, there's just so much. Like, I don't have all the words, right? But it's spring, the rebirth, everything, like, is just as above, so below. So there's so much of a power of allowing real rest. Because sometimes, Scully, you could have been lying there for years, but until the day and the time happens where you really, everything is rested. It doesn't pivot into the next thing, right? So it's like me, the example of like, I know I'm a good mom, but there's always a little thing of shame inside of me right now because I manifested a reality that is not, you know? So allowing myself to accept that reality for real, not just saying I'm accepting it, is like my truest test right now for me. It's not just saying that I'm lying down, it's completely accepting that it's there. And I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, Michelle says, Anita, so proud of you, so proud of all of us. Yeah, be kind to yourself. Because that timeline of kindness to self is just, you know, it's the ripple effect. Good, Scully. I know the rebirth has given me hope. I know, Scully. I've put so much into my channel and I stretched myself beyond my means. My 15-year-old son is autistic. Yeah. So you understand, like, Michelle's timeline. Like, there's certain things and it's so, yeah. And everything says, Scully, is that the ripple effect of what you've put into your channel is so rooted, and the roots are so growing that allowing yourself to just take care of you as the roots are still growing, because your channel's there. Your channel's there and people are directed to it whether you know or not. And that the roots are just, they're firm is what comes through. The roots are firm. Yeah, Anita, always put your needs first. Thanks for sharing. Michelle says, Scully, my 6-year-old son is nonverbal and in diapers. And he's gorgeous. Yeah. Those blue jean eyes. Nate has blue jeans eyes to me.
Minecraft, guess who?
Yeah, we are all so connected. Yes, Scully, I have to remind myself that I've made over 100 quality videos. Exactly. And please, as well, Scully, is that please remind yourself that you're part of the timelines of, it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of what is guided to watch and who is guided to watch you. So as much as it might from one perspective be like you didn't work hard enough, you're not seen enough, you are seen by exactly who needs to see you. And the growth of that, when people are ready to see, is just going to amplify. So it's like me, right? I don't even have quality videos yet. I'm still going from being guided to do vids and free flow to flowing into doing lives and free flowing. So for me, like the editing, the quality, the putting any sustained craftsmanship has not even evolved yet. And it's been 2 years. So you have the base of quality videos of a certain flow rooted and embedded, and of people who are going more and more to be open to seeing them. You gotta go. William's off the bus in 5 minutes. Right on. Go greet William and enjoy your day. And just feel safe knowing you always did everything right, and the ripple effect is going to grow so fast. There's a part of you that has to just enjoy the downtime while you have it, Scully. And that's big. It's big coming through. William. Will I am. Love that name. Yeah. William is a lucky boy for sure. $15. 1 and 5 is 6. We're the 15. 1555 time it is. Thanks for sharing whatever it is, Chase. I'm gonna put it for later. Ooh, hi. That's you. Thanks for sharing whatever that is, Chase. Oh, hi, that's you.
Back at it again.
It's
That's how you get the poison out. You literally gotta spit that shit out.
the spitting. That's so true. The fucking spitting. It's so unladylike to spit, eh? Half of us are programmed we're not allowed to spit, right, Chase? Thanks for saying it. Half of us are programmed we're not supposed to spit. That's a big deal. Get that shit out of you. And thanks for showing openly yourself, putting anything in your eyes. I actually need that kind of stimulation. Why? I can't put anything near my eyes very much, not even makeup. Even just for me, I'm testing myself by putting things closer to proximity of my eyes lately by putting on mascara. Yeah. Why? Because it freaks me out to have anything near my eyes, and that's how I'm starting to practice certain things, Chase. For real. So visualizing, seeing that actually helps me see someone that and is not bringing the reaction of what brings fear into me, because the implants of the stuff that I have about things with eyes is all negative, right? So it's all stuff that's not positive, and so yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's important. And it flows into, we don't know what we share and why it's important, but when we're guided to share stuff, it doesn't matter if only one person watched it, that one person needed it. So Chase, you choosing to do that vid helps me in my reality, and you're not even aware. But me is making you aware because I choose in who I am to validate as much as I can. So meaning somebody can have only me as a sub, me will comment on that vid to say exactly I was there that first day it came out and why it was important. And that person might never make a vid again. I've had that happen a lot. I'm the only sub to a channel. They put out 3 vids. I'm pretty much one of the only person who's ever commented on it. But if that person hadn't put out that vid, I wouldn't have hiked up in my timelines, my awareness, what I needed in that moment. And that's why I choose to be extra cheesy and validate extra for everybody else who just takes what they want, takes what they need, takes what they don't even understand they're grabbing, and doesn't even say thank you or leave an emoji behind. So my extra long comments of cheesiness, you'll see. Go back. I got 2 years of history of comments and everybody's stuff. You'll see. And it's to amplify the energy that somebody never got from everybody else. Because you know what? 50 people can watch a video. Only 2 people bother pressing like and commenting. So that person has pumped out an energy that 50 people chose to put an effort to press on play and to look at, but then not give any type of feedback that can help anybody else grow. Anybody nowhere. So doesn't matter. We don't know who's gone to see. 50 people went and watched something. 50 people went to watch somebody who was brave enough to sing on a certain day and share that, and 50 people didn't fucking comment. Can you imagine what it feels like that first time you decide you're going to go sing and 50 people passed right through and not one or only 2 could leave a comment? How that feels. And that's what me is trying to implant and bring into. We're still going to give it away, all our energy. But we do see where it's being exchanged now. And how to refocus and redirect and not be siphoned. Because that's the thing. I'm not part of the Matrix. And nothing Matrix has siphoned me in the last 2 years. Only people in the community who say they're woke have siphoned my energy in the last 2 years. And I say siphoned, that I've allowed myself, because I'm going to go up, right? It wasn't them. I allowed myself to be in timelines where I knew consciously that I was going to be playing a part where I was going to be sucked dry by somebody. And I say that because I didn't consciously know I was going to be sucked dry, because I believed that the energy that I was giving was going to help somebody elevate into their timeline, right? But I spent 2020 only focusing on people of tribe and giving love and giving unconditional. I accept you for how you are. You can't step into what I need. That's okay. I'm going to love you anyway. And being siphoned in that way. Being told by brothers or people that love me, you know, you said you'd be there for me, but you're not. But okay, I can't be because of these things. And then having to justify. So no justification is left for 2021. And that's seen clearly through my timelines already, that there is no oral, you don't get that of me anymore. You don't get the typewritten fucking weeks or days on end of justifying or explaining or trying to make anybody understand anything. You don't get it? You don't get it. That's it. It's big. Boom. The crows are going crazy, I imagine, honey. Have a super day, Scully. I'm glad you talked about all that. Everything that was shared about that is a ripple effect for other people who need it. Boom. Anita, your son keeps spitting lately? Good. I hope you're allowing it to flow and not. And that's the thing, eh? Because we shame people when they spit, and we just, enough. We got to get the shit out of us. And you know what? What's pretty, what's beautiful. Have a fucking spitting contest and enjoy the spitting part, right? I will fucking, like, I would love to have somebody beside me and fucking see whose snot will go further down the line, right? When I'm fucking full, and I'm waking up every day right now, I am not crying a lot. You know, like yesterday when I was streaming and I started to cry, that's why I stopped. Could I please cry a bit? Because that's not how I'm evacuating. So I'm sneezing a lot to evacuate. So it's like, you know what I mean? Tissues hurt me. Toilet paper hurts me. Like, how much politically correct? Like, there's nobody to be politically correct for. You should see how I evacuate some stuff that comes out of me sometimes. I think you'd be shocked, right? Why? Because I have zero political correctness of how I'm going to evacuate what needs to come out of me. Believe me. Jay says it, Jen. You're so good at seeing the beauty and truth or reason of it and not afraid to shout it out loud. Yeah. But that's just it. I think a lot of it is part of the being the condor energy. Nothing is wasted. And the mother energy. So there comes the point of there's nothing that's to be ashamed of or taboo, because everybody's going to go through certain timelines of it or not. So, you know, like, nothing's off topic or off subject to talk about, because if we don't bust through everything, we can't get through. So there's nothing that is like, oh, we can't talk about that or bring it up, because the bigger and faster and stronger we bring stuff up, the more it's rewritten and it's done. So, you know, half of what we're still dealing with in a community is shaming and blaming for body. I'm sorry, but it's completely possible to go into a chat room that says they're middle road right now and hear people poking or making pee jokes about people who drink their pee. You know what? You might not respect that or even understand that, but if you're still on the timeline where you prefer to go to a dentist and be shoved with cocktails, and you're going to laugh at somebody who's doing urine therapy to not go do that, which timeline are we on here? Are we bringing forth a new reality, or are we going to pump out some more meds? Because if you're mad at the vaccine, but you're still going to go towards that, and you're going to laugh at people who drink their pee, what the fuck? You don't want the vaccine, but fuck, if the antidote to the vaccine is somebody pissing in your mouth once, and you're going to laugh at that, that don't make sense to me. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense to me at all. Poking fun and certain things within a community don't make sense to me. You don't like Cardi B and you think she's shaking her ass and she's the devil and she's a man? Why are you watching her? You shouldn't even know what Cardi B looks like. If you don't resonate with her and if you're not going to empower her, you shouldn't even know what she looks like. Nobody's bringing me knowledge anymore. If they're telling me who's of Satan and who's a man and who's of this and who's an NCP, that's not bringing anything positive in my reality. Who do you think you are to watch a woman and you're excited inside? Your fucking dick don't know how to fucking like integrate that. So you're going to start saying she's a man and she's Satan and she's fucking Hollywood is all this. Guess what? The joke's over. It's your dick you're in charge of. and not everything that's happening around. That's it. Like, whoa. Me is done watching fucking people being poked at for being the people who are the triggers to put people into their place. You are still triggered by somebody's tits shaking around? You got the work to do, buddy. One of the worst things is the gods and goddesses of this community who want to say an empowered woman goes and shakes her ass for everybody, but then won't make the same video with their daughter in the same suit. You want to tell me you want to watch me shake my ass? Okay, that's fine. But put your daughter in the same suit to the same song, and me will dance with your daughter. Because if you're sitting there thinking you're going to watch my ass and I can't dance with your daughter, we aren't on the same fucking plane anymore, guys. We aren't. We're not. We're just fucking not. You know what I mean? How I shake my butt, and if I choose to twerk, a 6-year-old gets to twerk that same way as well. Why? Because twerking is actually a dance. Miley Cyrus didn't invent it. It comes from fucking Jamaica and way back in the day. Right? So the implication of what a twerk is and all of that, bring it to a dance step and everybody gets to do it. That's it. You don't just get to watch it a certain way and think certain things. We're all going to do certain things, but not for what you want it to be anymore. Right? The equality of it all. Don't you tell me we're all fucking souls and then judge who the fuck I'm hanging out with and what age they are at. Because I will fucking show you that a soul is a soul. Big time. Big time. Right? Big time. When I said earlier to Danny, like, there's roles that we are playing that are done. And that it's not about us having softness. It's about completely stopping certain timelines. And you don't get even to... the timeline is not even available to you through us anymore. And just the full circle of, like, you can't step into certain things and it's just gonna fly the same way. Yeah, Nita, I just let him spit outside. It's fine. Yeah, having a garbage close if needed. Just a spittoon, right? There's a reason why there was spittoons back in the day, guys. And it wasn't just about tobacco and chewing stuff. Spittoons were things that people had for a respect, cultural respect of this is the spot. There's spittoons everywhere so that we just all evacuate here instead of spreading our DNA everywhere. Because that's the thing. When you're so in tune with your body, even your spit and your snot becomes precious of where you're sharing it. You know, I know that's a whole other level of what do you mean? You know, but no. You're so conscious that even your dragon snot of what you're trying to evacuate is precious to the ground. Because water retains memory. It's a part of me that's somewhere. And so that's precious on some level. There's a sacredness to even spitting if you so choose to elevate yourself that much. You can see everything that evacuates from you is so sacred that it's precious and you won't do it a certain way. You know, like that's depending on where you're at and where you want to focus. So that's the thing. People want to focus on other people not recycling and throwing out trash. Well, start to just consider, where do you spit when you spit? What do? You know, all those things. Bring it to where, into your accountability. What is it that insults someone that someone else is spitting, and why, right? Like, these are big questions to ask ourselves. Like, if it insults you how somebody's chewing their food and why that they're spitting, why? Because if you want to deprogram yourself of all the programming, you don't just get to choose what you're deprogramming yourself of. Right? It's a big deal. Anita, boom. 16:06 Eastern Time writes, "You're so cool, Chase." Yeah, me sent him that song last night. He's so fucking cool. Yeah, we's all cool here. Chase, me twerking right now. Shake, shake, shake. Me twerking right now. Twerk it, baby. Oh my god, I need somebody else. Anybody else? Come on, Michelle. You know you're twerking too. Twerk, twerk. Twiddle, twiddle. Into me, I
I'm
see.
twerking.
Number 8.
I can't really move in here.
I know, eh? She's stuck in a sweater. Twerk, twerk. Twiddle, twiddle. I can't even remember what deck that is. Yeah, thank you, Chase. That is so true. There will no longer be gates for lies. Exactly. So part of what I was saying earlier is that conscious choice that certain have been making of, taking soul contracts, going in farther, allowing to be certain things, and us choosing to be has moved forth. There's no available timeline to step into because the fractals of us have been awakened into something bigger. So for myself, it's certain fractals of me that need to open more so that I can harness that. Because if I don't stimulate the fractals of myself that need to open of certain things, then I can't manifest or track the timelines in order to step into them. So like that thing, and there's certain things inside of those dormant DNA things that have been closed so long that they must open in order for me to step into like the next things. Exactly, Chase. When you focus on thyself, you shall be much too busy to focus on anything else that's not of the self. Exactly. And how it happens too, Chase, is that by going into that bubble of the imagination of the self, that's where the guidance and the flow of the ripple effect of how can I make things better for others, how can others feel this way. So, depending on what it is, you focus on yourself, and then you're guided to the places where you can awaken that focus to other people. So other people seeing you focused on you in a certain timeline is what's going to propel people to focus on themselves in a later timeline. So meaning me coming into people's reality and awareness in the past whatever amount of years of showing my consistent authenticity, that's not gonna change, of choosing. It doesn't matter if I don't have all the bells and whistles. I will always choose the highest, best timeline for myself. It makes people come into the awareness that they're choosing the bells and whistles, but they're not happy. They're miserable. So it doesn't matter if they've got the house, that then they renovated the house, and then they got all the furniture in the house. They see me with no fucking house, going from house to house, and seeing that no matter if I don't even want to be in that house, I still manifest to be as happy as I can in the moment in that house. And I'm so grateful for all the shit that's not even mine around the house, that I'm more grateful than somebody who has 6 houses right now in their possession. Because the nothingness that I have, that is enough to sustain me of is gathering more, has proven for years now a ripple effect that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I gather more, it doesn't matter if I buy more, it doesn't matter if I am more, it doesn't matter if I wear more, it doesn't matter how scared I get about getting older. The scareder I get about getting older, the older I look, and Michelle, like, oh my God, she's gonna be 50 and she looks 4 years younger than she did last year. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with Michelle? She looks younger than when I met her. And we're 5 years later, right? So the chasing of the stuff, the having the stuff, and then the awkward realization that, you're somebody who looks in the mirror, cares what they look like so much that you spent 2 hours, and then la-di-da Michelle comes in and she's got a fucking $5 fucking thrift shop dress, hasn't fucking telling you, I ain't washed my hair in a month. Not bragging about it, just I haven't washed my hair in a month. I think I should wash it today. And then the awareness of like, holy shit, she's not even washing her hair. She hasn't spent 2 hours on her head in fucking months. And I just spent 2 fucking hours and it's not helping me. It's not helping me at all. Maybe, it's not about how the hair looks, but how the hair feels. So being that constant, that's it. Off you go then. Jeez, me can't help but want to love others. Show them how much me love them instead of me being a hermit. Exactly. And I love that you mentioned that, because people saying I'm a lone wolf and I'm a hermit, it's like, okay. Did you know you don't get to claim that title all your life? It was to full circle in, you have all this stuff inside, share it. My nose is itchy. Share it. So I've been saying this since I think February. A lone wolf doesn't get to claim he's a lone wolf anymore. It's like, okay, you were. When you realize that you're not anymore, come join us, because you're not. Because every single fucking lone wolf on the planet, it doesn't matter if he's saying like, I'm always going to be in my little cave and I don't need nobody. Guess what? You do. Guess what you do? Because you're going to realize in your little cave, you can keep trying to do all the stuff, but until you come into the collective of us, you can't elevate more. And I know I've proved this to myself for years. I'll try to go back into hermit mode. Why? Because I do all this shit. But hermit mode don't stimulate me and don't make me grow. Come do a live stream, go make a vid, text somebody, email somebody, have a conversation with somebody, and I'm in a different, boom, awareness the next day or the same hour. So going into hermit mode and trying to figure out any other ways just doesn't work anymore, because everything exterior is conspiring in the greatest good of the all for us to merge. Nobody wants lone wolves as anchors everywhere anymore. The lone wolves are to gather and become stronger. So the resistance of somebody wanting to hold on to I don't belong is like, it's to the point now where there's nowhere to go to say that. There's too many of us, anchors, beacons, light workers, seed way showers, whatever the words, because it's all labels. There's too many people with emails like right in plain sight with saying, I'm here for you. So it's really about grabbing the lifeline. There's just every platform has something now. And how do I know? Because I'm a part of everywhere. And my daughter's 20 years old. And TikTok is where she chooses to go. I can sit here and talk for hours. I raised her and I talk all my life in front of her. Don't resonate. But TikTok, that's where her playground is, of who she has, who's saying the exact same thing with a different face, different words, to my daughter to help her, give her the awareness she needs. So it don't matter if I had Moldavite for 5 years. It don't matter if the day I got Moldavite, I ran to Amy and said, oh my God, I have Moldavite. But the day that Moldavite came into her awareness, because the person, people, no judgment of where the timeline is, came into her reality to say, hey, Moldavite's the way now. But then she knew of Moldavite because all that, right? So when you see how the seeds of everything becomes, and anyone holding on to the hermit or, lone wolf thing right now, not trying to be mean, but like, fuck you for holding us back. Not being mean, but fuck you for holding us back. You want to be the hermit, you want to be the lone wolf, it's your free will choice. But you not choosing to come into the dance is holding puzzle pieces back of who you are from us to elevate all together. There's sandboxes and playgrounds all over. Jump in one and become a part instead of hanging on to the wound of saying I'm not a part. Because, yeah, the siren. Why? Because that's what's holding us back. That's it. We can't collectively elevate a frequency individually any longer. So it's awesome that I'm in my awareness, and it's awesome that I know to amplify everything that I feel, but I know that new people, new awarenesses, pivots us all into something more every day. So every day when somebody chooses to hang on to the I'm a hermit, I don't belong timelines, don't ask yourself in the exterior what's holding us back on a collective. It's you. Assume responsibility. Unless you're in plain sight and you know you're participating, you already know I'm talking to you and it's probably pissing you off. Right? Here she goes again. No. You can't ask for an event and not be a part of it, motherfuckers. Right? That's the thing. Years and years and years of programming that there's going to be an event, that everything's just going to fix itself, when all it takes is everybody just stepping into themselves to be the event. We are the event. But if you're looking at stuff on the timeline, wondering when the event's going to happen, not participating, being part of the event, how can we manifest more? Right? We stay in certain things until a tipping point has been met. So there's a squirrel in the tree right outside your living room window. Yeah, the lifelines. A tribe of one in a tribe of many. Yeah. Gee, some regurgitate who they follow without grasping it. They have the words, but not the feeling. It's okay to take a helping hand, but you still must do the work. You just seen a squirrel too? Yeah. Yeah. And that's, I believe, where we're at. It's not about blasting anybody out of the water. It's not about showing anybody what their true colors are or showing to others what anyone's true colors are. But it's just about gravitating towards people who resonate with, we are just surrounding ourselves with this. That's it. We're not going back into certain timelines, and we're just stepping forward. And that's it. True colors, there's enough. There's enough doing this to show this in a focused way so that others can delight in the colors, right? As people come into their own awareness inside of opening their hearts so that they can co-create with spirit too. You know, believe in themselves. That squirrel energy, right, is so little, right? But we already know, tribe-wise, how the squirrel can elevate us. It's a ripple effect through tribes of squirrel magic. That's it. So just wish for that in neighborhoods, right? In places where somebody says, there's never been a squirrel here, there's no squirrels here. Just wish for them a squirrel. I'm not saying go take a squirrel and go and plant it in their reality, but just wish. And we don't have to, somebody doesn't have to have a squirrel come into their reality, but the imagery, the videos, certain things. Why? Because we already know that it gives people a little bit of something happy inside. So start, instead of focusing on people who have to wear masks, blah, 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 who cares? Start wishing squirrels for other people. I know, it sounds so really lame and so like, what? I'd rather focus on being mad about the masks. Why would I wish squirrels to people? That's so like lame, right? Well, no, if you stop focusing on the masks and put your energy towards anything but the anger and the ego and anything of it, that's how we switch. That's how we switch it all up. The focus. Ignited beats. A possum ate my carrots. I had not even sprouted properly. These possums just keep stealing my plants. Oh, Anita. First of all, I'm sorry. Why? Because I've never seen a possum, and I love you. So it would not surprise me that possums would be guided to you because I love you. That being said, it was a hard summer for Angie. Me wanted to see armadillos so bad, I think they nested in her garden. So, here's my advice, plant a bit more and pee everywhere. I'm not joking, Anita. Pee everywhere. Why? Because if they get through the pee, that means it's meant to be. Mark your land and say, this is mine, from my family. And if you need it, then come through. See what happens. Hey, it worked for me in Temagami, and it was the biggest bear summer ever. And they never came into my garden. They never ate anything. Neighbors everywhere were screaming about the bears. We got to kill all the bears. They come into my garbage. They ate all my garden. And I was just standing there going, what? They didn't touch my stuff. So, Chase, that is important. We are only allowed the growth. Only no back steps. And that's the thing. We are allowed of our free will to backstep, but we've come too far to choose that timeline. So I believe that we're at the part where as well is that we've sustained strong enough foundations in the moment of who we are, of knowing I don't want to go back into my ego. So I don't go towards people who are going to enable me. Right? I already know, Chase, and you already know by now, if I'm in a hissy-pissy mood and I need like certain things, it is not in my best interest or the greater good of the all to go and reach toward. Like, can you imagine those things that I've been feeling lately if I would just go spit that shit out anywhere, Chase? Can you imagine the concoction of the brouhaha of emotions that I would have stirred in people had I chosen in the last 7 days not to just empower myself of one place to kind of just, okay, whatever. And if I was jumping around from person to person and a person that I love to person of my, just unconsciously wanting to talk about this, implanting in everybody, all these seeds, all this stuff. And that's the thing, as I say this consciously, I never had that place until 7 days where I've been like bouncing with you, Chase, of where that safe place is, where it's consciously not being sucked in and being brought in as a reason to be used as a program on your masculine end, but completely like just keeping it where I am and then up, always. So my living something in the moment, having witness that doesn't manifest a witness who becomes afraid and goes into other timelines regressing and just allows certain things to flow through, doesn't allow for the back steps. So choosing the partners, the people that we speak to not empower our own selves of being 3D and high school stories. And that's it. There comes the time where you must take accountability. You have the right to feel everything you feel. But searching for witness and going to deposit everything you feel into random fields everywhere is not for the greater good anymore. Right? So the knowing of self knows that it's not empowering others to go and randomly. So you figured out, right? You figured out what's the best courses of action and then pivot and elevate every day from that. Yeah, forwards in the timelines. Michelle, thanks for mentioning it. I'm grateful Nate is happy, but the blood-curdling screams. A lot more the last few days. Deep breaths. Yeah. Thanks for mentioning it, Michelle. Because that's the thing. When I say on days like in the last 24 hours, like this is beyond me. This is bigger than me. That's what it means. It's like, it's that thing of like, if I already know myself of who I am, what I am, and everything around, it's so much bigger than me knowing that those curdling screams are coming out of certain people or not, Michelle, not coming out of certain people. If that makes any sense at all. You know?
I'm still in the chat from your comfortable position, and you would have a
Yeah,
comfortable
it's
position.
true, Michelle. If you can get through P, it's meant to be. And that's on a whole lot of levels, right? Do you realize that people actually sleep and put their, some people put, and I say this, I've done this before. I'm not saying, you know, some people will put their mouth against somebody else's mouth and exchange spit with tongue, but won't be able to say, I'm going to the bathroom, or I need to pee, or exactly what they're going to do in the bathroom. Not only can't they talk about it, but they can't do it in front of another person. So really, there should be a number one rule. If you can put your tongue near somebody's butt, you should be able to talk about it as well. Just saying. If you think your tongue wants to be anywhere near somebody's mouth, but you can't talk about it, you've bypassed some steps, buddies. If you didn't get through the P, it's not meant to be. If you get through the P, it's meant to be. That's it. People spend their whole like dating like ritual of what are the things I shouldn't talk about or do in front of a man. Well, the first thing you should do is make goddamn sure that he knows you need to go to the bathroom at some point, baby. Because if he thinks you don't, that's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. You know what I'm talking about. My daughter's the kind of person, or some people are the kind of person who would never eat chicken wings or a burger the first time they're with somebody. Why? Because it's messy. Me, I don't even eat chicken wings in real life, but I will slap that shit in my mouth in front of new people right away. Why? Because if you can't handle, well, I'm going to make you see visually when I choose to eat, then you can't handle me, buddy. You can't handle me. Onward and upward, yeah. Anita, I will get my son to piss around the plants. Oh, yeah, baby. Write my name, write my name. Hey, Anita, tell him, baby boy, you gotta write our names in the sand everywhere. Whee! Whee! Who let the dogs out? Get the dog, right? You got two. You got your boy man and you got the dog. That should be enough to solidify some turf. And Anita, I know you want to do it. Get a really, really pretty glass and urinate in it and then just go toss it around. Don't even tell me that you did or not. Don't tell anybody. Just do it anyway. We know you want to. Yeah. And you know what you could do, Anita? Don't put it everywhere. Just put it in one spot. Just one spot. Please. Just one spot. See what happens to that one spot. You want to make magic? Go pee. Leave pee in one spot. See what happens. You wish you something pink will come from the ground. Whee! Imagine if an apple tree grew just randomly. Oh my gosh. Anita, a maple syrup tree. A maple
You
from...
realize maple syrup does come from trees?
I know. But she's in Australia. They might not even have maple trees. Anita, I wish you to go mark your land, pee in one spot, and a maple tree will grow. Why? Because I believe anything is possible. We could get a maple tree to grow in Australia. Imagine
I'm pretty sure maple trees
how
grow
far we
everywhere.
would go.
Pretty sure maple trees grow everywhere.
I'm pretty sure maple trees come from you know what. Right?
Saplings.
I can't imagine me doing it. Oh, I know. I know you can't imagine yourself doing it, Anita. So I'm going to put so many scenarios into you that at some point something's going to sound like so like, I have to do this. I just have to. Right? Naughty, naughty, pee pee. I love it. I'm telling you though, it works. It works. It works. Eight into me, I see. intimacy, trust in another, dropping shields and rigid boundaries to allow connection, the willingness to be vulnerable. At certain precious moments, you're called into a deep, meaningful connection with the world or another person. The magical affinity arises with the kind of intimacy that in turn encourages greater understanding of yourself. The relationship acts as a mirror, helping you to see your own patterns. What it reflects about you can further your own personal evolution. Now is the time to take a risk by connecting with another. Can you see how far you've come? Can you see what's still active within you that needs to change or heal? You will discover more about who you are as you discover more about another. Even if you cannot possibly know what it's like to be in someone else's shoes, you can listen and learn. And this is a magical gift being offered to you right now. This concept applies beyond just romantic connections. What do the dynamics in your closest friendships, relationships, and family say about you? You hungry, dude? Cool. We'll figure it out soon. When predicated on honesty and caring, they have a great impact on how you contribute to the world. Relationships are extraordinary opportunities for healing. And that's what I was saying earlier about the lone wolf and about the hermit and the stuff, is that, you know, there does come the point. It's like Chris McCandless says at the end of Into the Wild. No man is an island. It doesn't matter if you take the time to go be the island and to go be the hermit. We do all use that stage. It's important. But it's not a place that's meant to like grow and manifest into a secret garden of aloneness. It's to guide you towards the garden of all, the sandbox of all, right? Because that's the thing. In the sandbox, we are the sand. We are the toys. So if people aren't showing up to fill up the sandbox, it's not complete, right? It's not. This isn't about when I say like when people come in and jump into the sandbox, because we are the sandbox. We're making it happen. We are the sand. We are the toys. We are the activity. We are the stuff. So when that missing grain of sand, or there's 10, well, there's not enough sand for us that are already there to play with, right? So until the sandbox becomes completely packed with what it needs inside, it's not fully functional. Like, it's just a half-empty sandbox. It's not full of what it needs. Does that make sense? You know. Yeah, Michelle, a bucket OP. Get down with OPP? Yeah, you know me. Tree rhymes with P, of course. Anita, I believe everything's possible. I will be sharing that one. Right on. I'm gonna do it now. I hope so. Me hope so. Oh, right on. Anita says I will. And if a maple tree sprouts, I will make it my first video. P magic. Oh man, now I gotta send you a seed or something. There's gonna be a seed in the wind. Michelle says you have to do believe P or magic. Olivia Newton-John, get it? Have to believe P or magic. You have to believe P or magic. I don't know that song. No, I can't sing that one. Boom, Michelle says, I just typed no man is an island to my friend Elena. Elena. The L-I-N. Boom, sync. Elena. Ellen. Not even an hour ago. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stand up, full circle of what else needs to flow, and at some point I'm gonna have to feed the kids something. Oh my gosh, my legs are wonky, donkey. Just gonna wrap it up. Let it go. Oh, where did I put my glasses? Oh, there they are.
Okay.
I love breakfast at midnight. That's my favorite, Chase. Feels like a perfect night for breakfast at midnight. Breakfast at midnight is the best. Chase, we ate breakfast alone at midnight on my birthday, steak and eggs. It was awesome. Yeah, my best birthdays and Christmases and certain timelines is when I just manifest them alone. It's a lot easier. Oh, is that we have to believe we are magic. Nothing can stand in our way. I was listening to a different version of that yesterday, Michelle. I shit you not. We have to believe we are magic. Nothing can stand in our way. But it wasn't Olivia Newton-John. That's why we have to believe we are magic. It's like an old 60s type of band, like more folky than Olivia Newton-John. Yeah, I have to pee instead of we. I know. I'm good at making pee songs. A little too good sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, shit. Yep. I gotta check it out. If I can find it really fast, Michelle. I didn't. I can't remember who sings it, like I said, but it was a masculine voice. It wasn't a feminine, and it was, like I said, folkier. And it was a band name that's not like, it's like a one-hit wonder band, like not, known. Um, and that's why I was listening to it. I've been flipping through Spotify in the last days, not going towards songs that are in my stuff or bouncing off stuff that's in my stuff. So meaning, Michelle, I'm going in like layer deeper of finding Platinum Blonde, for example, and going towards things people like, fans also like. So meaning the Canadian one-hit wonders that hit us during the epoch of Platinum Blonde and the Spoons, that was a big deal for me, because during that timeline, all those bands were people that I had a ripple effect of knowing. So meaning the Parachute Club as well, the video that I sent you, the Parachute Club, Rise Up, all of those videos, all of those people were a ripple effect of people I went to school with. They were either family or family friends. That's it. Bottom line, every band that came from Hamilton, Toronto, Niagara area of the 80s was a ripple effect of people that I knew. So I'm going into the layers of my childhood songs, the Canadian basin that is near the Great Lakes, right? Near the Great Lakes and Toronto and the waters. So I'm going deeper in the layers of these Canadian bands that I can barely remember, or into the songs that are not played on the radio the same way. So meaning everybody can find a Platinum Blonde song that they even know, even in America on a certain level, because some of their songs were sometimes used in soundtracks. But the under songs, going to get the layered meanings or messages of those songs. Same with bands that I got, like Blue Rodeo, that's iconic Canadian for me. And I have always saved certain songs of Blue Rodeo that are not my pivotal synchronicity songs. And those songs are coming into my reality now to awaken a different part of me. So I'm focusing mostly on Canadian in general, because they have the stuff about specifically opening stuff within ley lines of land for me. So it's not common for me to watch any visual of a video. You'll always see when I send you a video, I try to send lyrics. When I don't, it's because I just either am sending something someone else sent that had the visual and not just the words. But I allowed myself, and I was guided to watch a specific video. I forget the name of it. But the band was in Toronto, Michelle. And it woke in me my love of Toronto. So that's the thing. I'm Canadian from tip to tip, and I've been pretty much almost everywhere on some level. But there are places that I just don't gravitate to and just don't go to. So meaning, I go through Toronto. I don't invest time in Toronto. But in the times that I have invested time in my life in Toronto, they are monumental life event, amazing fucking moments. So meaning they're my concerts. They're when I was young and went and saw my uncle doing what do you call it? Athlon. Whatever, the running, when you run. And then seeing the Queen. Or going to Toronto with my sister to see Metallica, and then doing all like a bunch of stuff. So my memories of Toronto, my aunt who lived there, they're all wrapped in amazing stuff. So as much as I don't resonate with Toronto as an adult, when I was a kid, growing up a half an hour from Toronto, being allowed to go to Toronto, allowed with my friends on the GO train, was a big fucking deal. I only did it a few times. Compared to my friends who would go to Toronto every week or almost all the time, I wasn't allowed, and I didn't live the timeline of doing it so much that it got to be old or routine. So when we talked, remember like our iconic spots, like Sam the Record Man in Toronto, and certain spots are things that I've been protecting and have an anchor and a love since a child. So being guided to the layers of certain things is really cool these days. That's what I'm doing in my background, is going deeper into stuff of just not listen, like finding a sync song, but then going deeper to look for stuff that I wasn't either aware of or am reintroducing into myself. I don't know if that makes sense, but see, for me, and commonly people will say, I awaken the syncs in them because I am of the synchronicities. That's it. I built my syncs. I'm aware I did. And I'm there to help other people awaken to the fact that these are not things outside of ourselves being sent to us. It's us that brought this into our reality. And that the more we share of stuff and open up, the more that we elevate each other. So you know what I mean? When people choose to come into my reality, I know that their synchronicities will amplify to points where it will, depending on where people are at, it almost drives them batshit because it's so radically fast if you weren't already in the timelines of noticing syncs and the flow that never stops. So I can be a gateway in between of really making somebody aware that this is not just random and that there must be an evolution. So it's very clear that one should not just be stuck on 144 and feeling all shivery of that and thinking that's a big deal anymore on a certain level. If it's just coming into your reality, then yes, you are riding it high in a different way than somebody who's seen it and should have integrated and be on different timelines by now. So I am also here these days to call someone out. Or people aren't even coming towards me because that's just the vibe I'm giving, is I will call you out on your shit. You can't poke me with synchronicities the same way anymore because everything that I see is just past that thing now. So I'm not sure if that makes sense, but so yes, Michelle, we laid out these breadcrumbs, and I am here to be the bitch slap in the face to people who want to keep blaming it on exterior sources. No. How? Because really, and it's not by even the bitch slap isn't by me saying it and grabbing people, and it's by just being what I am, by just doing what I do, by just allowing it all to flow through. So people are guided to watch me and us speak. In the background, the same people are coming consistently every day. So we don't have their names, like Chase, Michelle, and Nita. Well, there's Joe and John in the background. And those are too common. You know what I mean? But there's two other people in the background that are a part of the trinities of us that are already talking because we're mirroring exactly what they need to hear to grow. So literally, we can't, they're not commenting right now. Literally, they might be watching in 2 hours or in 2 days or 2 years or 2 months. But they're still a part of our timelines because whatever's coming out of me that's written, train, is meant to be for somebody to grab when it's their time. And that's why when we have channels, if we have zero attachment, zero, for real, we're not just saying, I don't care if I don't have subs, when you really don't. When you really consciously know that it doesn't matter. I hope I don't have a lot of subs in a way. Why? Why have a bunch of people that aren't even ready for anything watching? It's just an energy sucker. Why not just have faith that I'm saying this today and when it's needed, it's out there. The knowing that I just did and put it out and it will be important or when it's supposed to be, and I may never know. You know, I may never know. There's more things that I don't know that I do know. And that's one of the reasons I started doing the streams, was to get some validation of what I can know. Because if I don't know, then I don't know where to focus my energy on a certain level. I don't know how to redirect my energy, right? So for years, my language about how I send dragonflies to people has been very unconscious. Me didn't know people were getting poked in the head, right, by dragonflies. Me didn't know I was really sending a wave of dragonflies, so swarms were going to people, until people started to tell me, right? So my thing is dragonflies, and for years I send dragonflies to people, but for years nobody actually says anything. And then one person like will just all of a sudden, you know, validate, whoa, we don't even have dragonflies this time of year, but there's 3 around me now. Or, you know, we've never seen a swarm this big where I live. It's just not possible, but that happened to me today. So I don't need for everybody else in the world to start like saying everything that happened before I'm like reining in how I'm sending dragonflies to people, because wow, as funny as it can be to have somebody tell me the story of, you know, you sent me dragonflies and I was like outside and it kept hitting me in the head, and then I ran into the house and it kept banging into the patio door. In the moment that that person was living, the me sending so much fucking love that you're not going to get away from the love, because there was consent of I'll accept these dragonflies, but then not realizing how much was going to come, at what force they were going to come at. So as awesome as it can be that I sent a fucking dragonfly, me not want them poking people in the third eye. Actually, maybe me do. Maybe me do. You know what I mean? Maybe me do. You're back, Danny? Getting down to that song? Uh-huh. See, I'm not really into Cardi B, and that's the reason I used her as an example earlier. That's hilarious. I was just talking Cardi B not long ago. Were you here for that, Danny? Yeah. She's a little too much for me. I resonate more with Taylor Swift, to be honest.
Who? Who's 2 months?
Cardi B.
Oh. Yeah, except for that song where it's like, just like you.
Yeah, she's just too much for me. She doesn't, for me, she does, yeah, you're a freak, and I get it. But for me, it's like, I can't go that far. It just doesn't.
Yeah, the only
you know what
one
I mean?
you like is just like you.
There's certain things, it just doesn't, you know what I mean? Okay, honey. Yeah. So there's just stuff, right? And like the stuff that certain things, other things, like, I mean, I remember when Saturnian Sun, he posted a video and it had 369 and it was raunchy. And he was shocked because I told him, I was like, that's the best activating video I've had in months. I've already put it on 3 fucking times. And he was shocked. He was like, I was actually scared to upload it, that you were gonna like chew me a new asshole for being, you know, for the words. And I was like, no, it's perfect, you know. And it is in the moment. It is. Yeah, Danny, it's not the words, it's just funny. That's the thing though, some things just don't resonate with me. It's like the way that Maynard James Keenan has Tool, Perfect Circle, and Pussifier. Pussifier is too much for me. I can't watch it. I love that he does that. I love that it's raunchy as fucking fuck. But I can't be of that. Like, I can't. It's just not inside of me to be of that. Right? I think it's awesome. I think it's amazing. I fucking love a bunch of stuff. But I'm not, I can't. It doesn't, I don't, you know what I mean? Yeah. I love my body. Stretchy marks and all. Same. Tiger stripes. Tiger stripes. Yeah, Danny, this is what scares people, their own bodies. Yeah. Yeah, I feel she's funny and unique string of independent attitude may not resonate completely, but we can see through the BS. But that's the thing is that I don't want a part of certain eye stimulation and certain things. They're just, it's, I believe that that part of us and society should always and will to a certain point, like, just stuff will always be there. I don't resonate with it. But I don't resonate with certain things. Like, I've never been to a rave in my life, and it doesn't matter what we do to grow as a community, I will not be a part of certain things. Melissa used to speak about, she was going to make a festival. She still is. And it's like I said, unless I'm meant to be on stage of that festival or to be doing something with you interactive on the internet, I don't see myself in there. It's not because I love you all that I'm going to go sit there and have group fucking hugs and kumbaya and fucking make massage trains with you guys. Like, fuck. Don't even ask me to be part of a fucking massage train if you have any fucking love for me at all. I don't want to be part of that. There's certain things that it has nothing to do with anything. It's just, I want to manifest the reality where it's just like a bunch of people around a fire and nothing is like fucking gotta become like this big ass fucking thing that becomes a production. Simplicity, where people do dance, but it doesn't become like these rituals. I don't want to become a part of a thing where I'm going to have to smudge and do things to belong with other people. It's just me. I'm going to light a fire and people are either going to come or not. And I'm just going to keep living my life that way. It's not in my greater good to even think, to anticipate, to create a bigger community of anything. Not right now, anyway. Right on, Danny. My brother-in-law gave me his computer and I'm going to do podcasts. Real straight talk to talks. All aboard the massage train. Choo-choo, not. Yeah. Yeah. Detox. Yeah. Come on, ride the train and ride it. Everybody gets to choose their own train for sure. Yep. Not so much, eh, Michelle, for sure. Not so much for sure. Boom. Kirsten's sending me the elk. Yeah. That's the thing, is there's so many different trains to like manifest and be on board of that I've already spent 49 years on this planet being told lighten up and board my train, and it's like, no, motherfucker, I don't want to be on your train. So what I want as like a new world and to manifest is just the understanding that We all just get to do what we want to do without having to feel like anything in between. Seriously. I never imagined that when I found people who told me, you know, you mirror me, you are like me, that I would have to draw lines and battle for a different type of sovereignty within a community. Meaning, within a community that tells me that I'm to be myself and authentic, my authenticness gets judged and analyzed and told it's not enough, that it has to be different. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, this is just a looping into another something. Because, you know, it's just, you're saying the same things to me that everybody said in a 3D reality, and that doesn't come through from a higher perspective. So, you know, I have zero. Nobody has, you know, that's where we're at. So, exactly, Michelle. You can't win with some peeps. And that's the thing, is that it's a rude awakening of that thing that, you know, is not the same as it was years ago, or when I couldn't find people who didn't say or didn't know things. But then don't tell me you know and you understand and you accept, and then you don't. You really don't. Yeah, hop off that logic train. The tracks are missing. It's time to regain your brain. We wrote that earlier. Sync. Yeah. Right. Yeah, Danny, you get it, eh? It's like that thing of like, you spend so much time and then it's like, oh man, you know, you got this person saying that they get it, but then she's still fucking judging me because I'm talking this way and dancing this way, or I posted this song. Right? It's like, fuck, I hope you're shaking your tail to Cardi B. I fucking do. You know what I mean? And that cracks me up because I was just talking about her. And dude, who knows? That song might come up later and I'll be sitting there like fucking laughing, and I'll be dancing with it too. But it's just the option. And then the knowing that you're safe in whatever you share with me, no matter what, even if I don't fucking like it. Fucking I rock that you like it. Does that make sense? Danny says, just let it flow. Fuck it. You will. Oh, Danny. Yeah, no judgments, all love. Yeah. But that's the thing. There's no judgment, but there's the knowing certain things that will bring somebody to their most highest, like, this is what makes me, like, just boom, explode happy. Bring me to my knees. They don't make me happy. Right? They don't. There's certain things inside of me that it punches me in the stomach. Certain tones and words mixed together are just not a part of my timelines anymore, and I can't sustain it. It's not a part of me. You know, I want to rewrite stuff that has certain beats and intonation without certain other things that make me feel a certain way. Yeah, Danny. Sometimes we have to not see with the eyes. We have to hear with our eyes. Yeah. But there are some things, Danny, that it's just... It's not about opening up more. It's about the complete knowing of self. That, you know what? Just, that's it. That's what doesn't resonate with me no matter what. And that's what's always going to stay there inside of me. of those things, that it doesn't matter. Even today, if everybody here decided, I'm not turning fucking against you, Michelle, I'm done. I'm not encouraging you. Everything you just did, what you're stepping into, makes me sick. What you're choosing for yourself right now, Michelle Genevieve, makes me sick. I won't ever support you again. It'll be like, okay, bye. Okay? Nothing that I want for me, ever anybody can make me bypass. And that's already 49 years of, walking that walk. So, exactly, Danny, our own way. I believe there's little things ingrained in especially the strongest of us that are here to show the way and rewrite new scripts, that it's so little, the little grain that's different, that has to stay true to self in order for us to not find ourselves and then let ourselves go within the finding of us. So those tiny little things that keep me not in my timeline because I won't step that way are always thrown at me every fucking day. Every day. Because it's not a part of my life, my timeline. I'm not meant to step into it. Exactly. Right are right. Our right is our right. We know the narrow way of us. We know it, Danny. Yeah. Sing your own song. You can't just merge your song just because other people want you to merge your song, just because you sound good to them. It either is a connection of a frequency or it's not. And this is where the biggest examples that need to be shown is, it's not of what frequency is. The more people that step into co-creating new timelines, new things, and showing that a frequency can't be bypassed, that is so strong it will find itself, that it's so strong it will manifest something fast and pure and good, that elevates and that ripple effects for others, instead of being in the middle all the time of wondering, stepping into the timelines, singing the own songs with the frequencies that merge with that. Right? Blood thick. Yeah, Danny. Yeah. Yeah, powerful dynamic, inner G. Canary spirit, 1 and 2 is 3, Trinity, sing your own song. Canary spirit arrives to help you find your authentic voice and express what's in your heart. Free yourself to experience your inner light and let it shine, as Canary spirit sings to remind you of your inherent joy, to support you as you sing your own song. Now's the time to let the world know who you really are. Canary spirit message is that you are free to be yourself and express your most cherished desires. The world wants to hear you sing your song. If your inquiry is about a relationship, you're being called to be fully yourself, for only then will you find harmony and joy. You can make music with others so beautifully when your note rings true. Your notes. You cannot cage a bird and expect it to sing in joy. Well, fuck, Danny. If we've managed to be caged all our lives and still come through singing on some level, imagine how much we can sing without the cage, eh, honey? Conducting stick, wands, wizards, symphony, conductor. I know why the caged bird sings, Maya Angelou. Angelou, Angelo. Good, Danny. You've been singing. He's trying to bust through that a little bit. It's a little hard to have some voice here. A little bit like I was joking at the beginning of the stream. One of my favorite songs to sing up until a few weeks ago was for fun. Was I used to love her, but I had to kill her. She's buried right in my backyard. I just don't think that's funny anymore. For the reality that I'm in, it just doesn't. There was a humor to it of me singing that for fun. Because it's just an easy, like, sing-songy, like, I like the beat of it. And now just certain things in my reality make it, that's not funny anymore to me, right? And that's just how fast things happen, Danny, right? When I say to you there's certain things that just I can't step into the same way, that's like a part of it. So sending certain songs and certain things, I don't want to be a part of certain timelines, and the less that I focus anything, I'm not attracting certain things in the last 3 weeks. So I've finally ripped myself away from being treated like a fucking piece of meat, Danny. And there's nothing that I want in my reality that's going to bring anything into me that's going to make it that I'm treated that way right now. Why? Because the fucking break of it feels amazing. You know what I mean? It's been almost a sustained 2 weeks of me not having been called like fucking names. And I know it might sound delicate of me, right? Because it's so great to do a live stream and to be the one up here being called evil and then pulling it through and, you know, making like it's not the hard, because it's not. We all get called evil, but it's still me up on screen doing all this, right? It's the same thing with, in my reality, for me to have certain things was my most nightmarish thing. And it took me forever to actually find witness of somebody who's just going to listen to what I'm saying without triggering me more, because I couldn't handle the other shit coming at me. You know what I mean? I couldn't. I'm sorry. In the moment of me finally saying, like, I'm in shock and I need some way to fucking talk to somebody, and all I'm being gifted in the moment is somebody who's like bringing me into more stuff that's shocking me, didn't help me. So like completely just like get the fuck out of Dodge, get out of everything, because you know it's not for the whole world to stop saying their jokes their way or their stuff their way. But what was once funny is not right now, because even now things are not still full circled. So every day in my reality I am seeing shit that blows my fucking mind. And that's discounted on a certain level because everybody's going through stuff, but I can't get through it if I don't surpass what it's doing to me, how it's affecting me. You know, that's it. Pennies, that's a huge sink. Thanks, guys. I know, sweetie. It's just been, like I said, it's been a delicate couple weeks of like enough of where I used to feed anything of myself, completely took myself out, and now just anchoring realities where I'm not playing a part to be projected things upon, that I have to consciously choose, because that role is so easy for me. I could keep on taking it for 20 years. Why? Because obviously people are not jumping of their own free will to act in different ways, so they need somebody to project on. But I've had it. I will not even continue in this reality if those timelines don't stop for me. I'm done. that I'm so done that I won't put anything to not bring anything back, because I'm closing those timelines. I won't bring them in anymore for anybody, because my accepting of playing the part to be projected on is done. And by it being done, it's closing something collectively in a way that I don't have the words for yet. But, and again, if that means I have to disappear because within tribe and within certain things, the ripple effect isn't respected, then I'll be gone. I'll be gone, and that's it. Because as well, the last week especially, it shows exactly true colors, exactly who tribe is, who really is brother, sister, for real. Not just saying it with words, is 144% apparent. That's all been, right, sweetie? So, you know, putting the focus on the right spots now to make sure we're all growing and staying calm the best we can is that's, you know, that's where I'm at. You know what I mean? So it was like a little bit like last night, my choice of I wanted to, and I felt like I wanted to bring an honor and a respect to Lane Michael, Big Nicks. But the judgment call of what came through was that it wouldn't have manifested to be what I intended. So meaning my focus would have been to bring in something and to bring in an energy towards one thing, but there's too many outside ripple effects of what other people would have needed, and I wouldn't have been able to bring through what I was my intention. So I'm starting to really see that of, instead of just coming to throw myself into a stream and then I'm the one that has to resuscitate myself of what I allowed into our and my reality, to like steer it better, differently now. Like differently, way differently. I love you guys. I'm going to stop, and I'm just going to not full circle, because if I go grab a card, then I'm going to start rambling again. And it's been a long stream, and I got to take care of the stuff in my reality that's not getting done by itself, because I'm here. So have a good afternoon, evening, night, morning, all that stuff. Loves you.